Chapter 1348. She couldn't help but tremble as she thought of this. She regretted that she hadn't calculated everything earlier. She hadn't thought much about it when Yi Shiwen had said that there were some suspicious points. Now, she had fallen into the trap of these four-eyed people. The four-eyed race was also an intelligent race. Their intelligence wasn't inferior to that of humans. Why didn't they think more about it? But what could they do at this time? This was clearly a trap to lure them out on their own. Ha ha ha, Feng Wui, this woman in front of you. I, Feng Si, want her. At this moment, the 2-meter-tall four-eyed man laughed and said. The women trembled slightly at this time. They hadn't done anything yet, but they had already begun to divide them up. How could they not feel humiliated? But no matter how humiliated they were, they couldn't do anything about it because their lives were now in the hands of others, and it was not their turn to refute. Give birth to a few children. If one of them looks like a human, I'll send him to the human world as a spy. The man laughed and said, You guys are delusional. As long as you are a member of the four-eyed race, it's impossible to pass through the formation in the atmosphere. Feng, Jijia shouted, That's hard to say. Anyway, they are hybrids born with humans. It's not a big deal if they die. The man said coldly. He didn't care at all. Perhaps, in his opinion, they were hybrids born with humans. It was not a big deal if they died. The four-eyed race couldn't pass through the formation in the atmosphere. They would be killed on the spot by the energy in the formation if they were detected to be a member of the four-eyed race. Therefore, the four-eyed race had been trapped on this planet for so many years. They couldn't escape. Originally, they didn't even think that there was a world outside. However, ever since they were captured by the Yi clan, they knew that there were many wonderful worlds outside. However, from the day they were captured, they had already become slaves. They couldn't go out at all. They could only become the training targets of the Yi clan's disciples. At most, they could only break the spirit-gathering formation set up by the Yi family to vent their anger. But there was no way to change their weak status. Therefore, they came up with the idea of having children with human women. Some of the children looked like humans, so they tried to see if they could pass through the formation in the atmosphere. Although they had all failed, many people of the four-eyed race believed that it was because the human bloodline was not pure enough. However, it did not matter. Sooner or later, someone with a pure bloodline would appear. Over the years, many human women had been taken away and turned into reproductive tools. Of course, the four-eyed race had also faced the Yi clan's revenge many times. Many countries and tribes had been destroyed, and the grudges between them had long been too numerous to count. Are you still going to rely on that stupid method? Didn't I already say that this method is useless? If we want to break the formation, we can only rely on our own strength. As long as we are strong enough, we can break the formation and regain our freedom. Feng Wui said coldly, as if he didn't agree with Feng Si's idea. That was because he represented the other faction of the four-eyed race. These people did not approve of using such a method at all. The only thing they believed in was their own strength. They believed that as long as they relied on their own hands, they would be able to break the formation sooner or later. It doesn't matter as long as we can get out. When the time comes, I will go on a killing spree over there, hee. Feng Si said with a strange smile, You are really ignorant. Where do you think you will be after you get out? That is the Yi clan's most elite place. There are Heaven Realm experts there. Do you think you can escape after getting out? Yi Lanshan couldn't help but ridicule. That is none of your business. At this time, Feng Wui coldly snorted and directly sent Yi Lanshan flying with a blow. His strength was a level higher than Yi Lanshan's. Previously, he alone was enough to suppress Yi Lanshan. Now there was also Feng Si, a top-notch expert, who was almost on par with Feng Wui. Go! Capture them all and bring them back to the tribe. Feng Wui said coldly. Obviously, he was also a bold person. He was not moved by Yi Lanshan's words at all. You all be careful. Break out of the encirclement together. If you can break out of it, then count it as one. At this time, Yi Lanshan hurriedly said, "Today I have let you all down. I have put you all in a dangerous situation. And Yi Shiwen, this matter originally had nothing to do with you. But now, you have become a mortal enemy. You can escape. If you have a way to escape, you must inform the people outside. You must kill everyone in this tribe to avenge us." Yi Lanshan was indeed worthy of being called a heroine. At this critical moment, she didn't have that kind of emotion from before. Instead, her eyes were filled with the determination to die. She was extremely crazy. She was even thinking of slaughtering this entire tribe in the future. Sure enough, the complexions of the four-eyed races people suddenly changed when they heard her words. They were all frightened when they heard Yi Lanshan's words. After all, this kind of thing wasn't rare. In fact, it happened quite often. Although they could often capture some humans as captives, but generally speaking, the humans still held the absolute advantage. Moreover, the Yi clan's people were all elites. They were arrogant and unruly. They couldn't tolerate even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Slaughtering tribes and nations was a common thing, and if they were allowed to escape, then they would most likely attract the revenge of many experts of the Yi clan. There was no doubt about this. Their complexions couldn't help but change when they thought of this. Don't let any of them escape. At this time, Feng Wui gritted his teeth and said, Feng, she also agreed with him. It was rare for them to reach a consensus on this matter. Go. At this time, the experts of the four-eyed race rushed towards Yi Shiwen's group. Let's go. Kill as many as we can. Feng Jijia roared at this time. It's not over yet. Why are you all so nervous? These people of the four-eyed race are simply courting death. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, Good boy, you have guts. Feng Wui, you stop that little bitch. Leave this boy to me. At this time, Feng Si sneered and instantly rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. He grabbed with his big hand, and it seemed as if he was going to grab the entire sky. A barbarian chi pervaded the air and transformed into a huge, gasified hand in the void. It seemed as if this hand was going to grab Yi Shiwen and explode him. Feng Si sneered at Yi Shiwen. He didn't give him any room to escape. Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. He just let this huge hand grab him. At this critical moment, every pore of his body began to spew out sword lights. These sword lights condensed into a huge light soared above his head. Suddenly, this light sword chopped down on the spot. Boom! The sword light fiercely chopped the huge hand. The huge hand was instantly chopped and exploded. It couldn't block the sword light's move, and it exploded. The spirit energy splashed in all directions. Impossible, this is impossible. Feng, she looked at Yi Shiwen in horror. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen was so powerful. He was just a kid at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. How could he be so tyrannical? It's my turn. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and directly rushed in front of Feng Shi. The iron sword in his hand directly stabbed out. There was nothing fancy about it. It was just a straight sword. However, this straight sword seemed to pierce through the void of the universe, an end of time. It directly went towards Feng Shi's throat, and it seemed as if it was going to stab him to death on the spot. Its speed was extremely fast. It was as fast as lightning. Damn it! At this time, Feng Shi let out a loud roar and stopped retreating. He was not a benevolent person, but he had been frightened by Yi Shiwen a moment ago. Now that he had stabilized his footing, the blood and chi in his body instantly surged up, and a phantom of the barbarian god suddenly appeared behind him. At this moment, he looked incomparably tyrannical, just like a demon god. With the help of that huge force, the barbarian god behind him, whose entire body was covered with eyes, directly roared and blasted a punch towards Yi Shiwen. At the same time, all the eyes on his body opened, bursting with endless light. Each eye shot out a ray of light, At this time there were thousands of rays of light in the sky, almost shooting Yi Shiwen into a hornet's nest. At this time, the phantom of 8 treasures, heaven and earth cauldron, appeared in front of Yi Shiwen's body, even though its body had been taken away by Old Yi to refine medicinal herbs. Although the main body had been taken by Old Yi to boil medicinal herbs, this condensed shadow was also extremely powerful. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal rang out. These rays of light bombarded the shadow of the 8 treasures cauldron, but they couldn't advance at all. They couldn't do anything to Yi Shiwen. At the same time, a sword aura began to rise in Yi Shiwen's hand, and as time passed, it grew larger and larger. Soon, it became a giant sword that was dozens of feet tall. Immediately after, this giant sword directly slashed out countless sword lights, directly slashing towards the huge shadow of the thousand-eyed barbarian god. Boom! The shadow of the thousand-eyed barbarian god was pierced through by the gigantic sword light. The thousand-eyed barbarian god roared and screamed, but there was nothing it could do. This sword light had nailed him to the ground, and he couldn't move at all. After a while, the shadow of the thousand-eyed barbarian god began to shatter inch by inch. Then, with a loud bang, it suddenly exploded, turning into spirit energy that filled the sky. Chapter 1349. This was a special martial arts cultivation method of the Four-Eyed Clan. Usually, after summoning the thousand-eyed barbarian god's shadow, the person's strength would be raised to the extreme. However, Yi Shiwen had nailed him to the ground with a single sword strike. To them, this was undoubtedly a huge shock. The key was that although Feng Shi's cultivation was not as good as Feng Wui's, he was already one of the strongest in the clan. Apart from the few old monsters of the celestial realm who had not come out for 10,000 years, he was already one of the strongest. However, in front of this 9th sky of transcendence realm kid, he was actually in such a sorry state. At this time, Feng Shi's face was simply pale. His barbarian god's shadow was broken. For him, it was equivalent to a great loss of power, and the impact was very great. Seeing Yi Shiwen's invincible power, Feng Wui also wanted to join the battle against Yi Shiwen. However, at this time, Yi Lanshan, who had finally seen some hope, would not let him do as he wished. She hurriedly stopped Feng Wui. Although Yi Lanshan's strength was slightly inferior to Feng Wui's, after all, it was not a huge gap. Although she could not defeat Feng Wui, it was enough to stop him. The last time Yi Lanshan escaped from Feng Wui's hands unscathed was the best proof. If he attacked with all his strength, even Feng Wui would not be able to do anything to Yi Lanshan in a short period of time. He could only watch helplessly as Feng Shi and Yi Shiwen continued fighting. After Yi Jiaojiao, Feng Jijie, and the other 2 saw hope of survival, they began to crazily fight with all their might. It was not easy to see a glimmer of hope, and when these people erupted, it was also very exaggerated. Yi Shiwen's expression was as usual. This was the result of these 9 days of cultivation. For ordinary people, perhaps 9 days was not enough time, but for Yi Shiwen, 9 days was enough for his strength to increase by a large margin in one go. Although he had not yet reached the peak of the 9th sky of Transcendence Realm, there was no doubt that he had made great progress. If it was 9 days ago, at most, there was not much difference between him and Feng Shi. This Feng Shi strength was not much different from Yin Taiping's after his strength had greatly increased, maybe even slightly stronger. If it was 9 days ago, it was already very difficult for him and Yi Lanshan to escape unscathed, not to mention rescuing them and annihilating this small team of martial artists. How can he be so powerful? Let's fight. Feng, she shouted loudly at this time. His forehead was densely covered with cold sweat. He let out a loud roar and instantly threw a punch towards Yi Shiwen. This fist pierced through the sky. It possessed a terrifying, penetrating power. It wanted to blast Yi Shiwen into pieces in an instant. Break for me! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He raised the iron sword in his hand, and an astonishing sword key instantly cut through the vast sky. Puchi! The sword Chi instantly cut open his fist. Fresh blood gushed out from his wound. The sword light pierced through the sky. It was like a sword dragon devouring everything. What power! How can he be so strong? Isn't he just at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm? Countless people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Feng, she roared and punched out again. Although he had been injured in the previous exchange, he had no other choice at this time. Boom! The aftermath of the battle between the two spread out like waves, sweeping in all directions. The mountains within a radius of 100 miles were instantly razed to the ground. One could imagine the terrifying combat power of both sides. Both sides did not hold back at all. They attacked ruthlessly right from the start. Immediately after that, a scream was heard. Everyone looked over and saw Feng, she sweating profusely. His right arm had been completely crippled and was hanging limply by his side like a piece of trash. This undoubtedly frightened many people, especially those from the Four-Eyed clan. They all knew very well how tyrannical Feng Shi was, especially his physical body, which was even more powerful. Although size and strength might not necessarily be directly proportional, it was the case for Feng Shi. His most tyrannical aspect was his physical body. A punch could flatten a mountain range, but now his arm had been broken. Yi Shiwen's strength was simply terrifying. His physical body was comparable to gold and iron, but at this time his bones were broken by Yi Shiwen's sword. Yes, it was broken, not cut. If it was only cut, it would not be a big deal. However, it was broken alive. In other words, in terms of strength, Feng, she had completely lost to Yi Shiwen. This made everyone's eyes widen, especially the few masters of the Yi family. They did not expect Yi Shiwen to be so tyrannical. They could not imagine that Feng Shi, who was almost as strong as Yilan Shan, could be so easily suppressed. At this time, they remembered Yi Shiwen's other identity. He was the master of the number 1 secret realm. In the past, the master of this secret realm was the king of the number 1 secret realm, and Yi Shiwen was the same. Originally, everyone thought that he was only at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm and was unlikely to reach the top. Now, it seemed that there was absolutely hope for him to become the king. And Yi Lanshan's face was also full of disbelief. Strong. Yi Shiwen was too strong in this state. He definitely had a chance to compete for the position of the king of the number 1 secret realm. Fortunately, she did not put on any airs in front of him. Otherwise, this matter would not end well. Feng Wui could not help but be horrified. No matter how strong Feng Shi was, he should not have been defeated like this. Humph! Yi Shiwen attacked again, directly pouncing towards Feng Shi. Damned human, I'll fight you to the death! Feng Shi roared. He suddenly grabbed with his remaining arm and grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. He had already concentrated all the power in his body into this arm. Insignificant skill. Sky-shaking technique. Yi Shiwen sneered and directly pointed a finger. This finger directly broke through the horizon, causing the entire sky to sink into a violent tremor. There was a moment of silence. Yi Shiwen's finger pointed at his left fist. Bang! Immediately after, a terrifying power vibrated and boiled within it. Feng Shi's entire arm exploded like a watermelon on the spot. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was even more miserable than his right hand, directly exploding on the spot. Ah! Feng Shi let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the heavens and the earth. His figure was directly sent flying. This time he had been seriously injured by Yi Shiwen. One of his arms was crippled, and the other was completely blown up. Even if he wanted to heal such a serious injury, it would not be easy. After Feng Shi was sent flying by Yi Shiwen's finger, he did not stop and immediately began to flee for his life. At this time, he finally realized that this 9th heavens of the Transcendence Realm kid was a truly terrifying demon. He was probably even more tyrannical than Feng Wui. Otherwise, How could his arms have been blown up on the spot? Where do you think you're going? Yi Shiwen shouted loudly and took a step forward to catch up with him. He immediately pointed his finger, and it transformed into a huge Lingqi cage in the void and directly enveloped the sealed cultivator. The speed at which this cage descended was extremely fast. Feng, she did not even have time to react before he was directly trapped by this cage. Under this finger, Feng, she struggled violently, but it was useless. He could not struggle at all. Yi Shiwen was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much strength he exerted, Yi Shiwen was always stronger than him. Finally, Yi Shiwen directly pointed a finger at him and enveloped him. Yi Shiwen's finger was like a millstone that could destroy the world, ruthlessly smashing down on the spot. Bang! Feng, she did not struggle at all. There was nothing he could do. He was directly ground into meat paste. It was extremely miserable. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen's body directly projected a bloody light, sweeping away all the blood and absorbing it into the Tianyuan mirror. Seeing that Yi Shiwen had easily beheaded Feng Shi, the Yi family could not help but feel inspired. Now, not only could they survive, but they could also turn around and kill them. This time, they were ambushed and almost completely annihilated. Coupled with the tragic deaths of many of their companions, they had long been enraged. Now that such a good opportunity had presented itself, they naturally would not let it go so easily. Yi Shiwen directly crossed the battlefield and rushed in front of Feng Wui, saying, "Leave this to me. You go and deal with the others." All right. Yi Lanshan was also happy to be able to escape easily, although it could be said that she was completely suppressed in front of Feng Wui. With her strength, it was not a problem for her to deal with the others. Even if it was Feng Shi at most, he would be on par with her. Feng Wui also did not continue to entangle with Yi Lanshan. After all, the situation would become even more grim for him if he were to leave Yi Lanshan behind. Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength could be seen from the fight between him and Feng Shi. Yi Shiwen was merely standing there, but he was already giving off an extremely strong, invisible pressure. Even if he did not do anything, his imposing aura was still very oppressive. However, he was not an ordinary person. Although he was afraid of Yi Shiwen, he was only afraid and nothing more. He didn't have any delay because Yi Lanshan had already started a massacre. If he couldn't kill Yi Shiwen in a short time, then his subordinates and the elites of his tribe would all be slaughtered. The strength of these tribes was far from being comparable to a powerful force like the Yi family. These were the elites of their tribes. If they lost too many of them, then the foundation of the existence of the entire force would be shaken, and then they might even be annexed by other tribes. On the 100th planet, the conflict with the human race was secondary. After all, the human race was only here to gain experience. So it was not a big deal even if they were tyrannical. However, those tribes were the real threat. Once they showed any signs of decline, those hostile tribes would immediately turn into bloodthirsty wolves and pounce on them. Every step was very difficult. Shwa! A flash of light flashed in his hand, and a huge scimitar appeared in his hand. Chapter 1350. The scimitar was shaped like a crescent moon, and the blade aura was constantly flickering. There were some ancient patterns engraved on the surface of the scimitar. It turned out to be a heaven-grade instrument. The saber chi that vibrated from the saber blade directly tore cracks in the sky, like pieces of torn cloth. Feng Wui actually had a heaven-grade instrument on him. No wonder he was so calm. For a half-step celestial realm expert, a heaven-grade instrument was undoubtedly a huge protective talisman. No matter how tyrannical Yi Shiwen was, he was confident that he could stop him. Whoosh! Feng Wui made his move. With the blade of the scimitar as the lead, he instantly pounced on Yi Shiwen. In an instant, countless shadows appeared in the void, almost covering the entire void in an instant. Yi Shiwen was trapped in the void, as if he could not move at all. Not good, Yi Shiwen, be careful. This is a heaven-grade instrument. Yi Lanshan hurriedly said. Her expression changed slightly because she knew very well how terrifying this heaven-grade instrument was. Even a celestial realm expert could be seriously injured by a heaven-grade instrument if he was not careful. Yi Shiwen's expression did not change. His hands directly tore open countless golden lights and covered his palms. In an instant, the divinity was in place, and one of his hands directly grabbed the scimitar. He was actually planning to use his bare hands to resist the heaven-grade instrument. In the eyes of Yi Lanshan and the others, this was simply crazy. Otherwise, why would he choose to use his bare hands to resist? You're courting death. Feng Wui suddenly laughed loudly when he saw that Yi Shiwen was actually planning to use his bare hands to resist. His expression was somewhat ferocious. He did not care why Yi Shiwen suddenly became stupid. This was a good opportunity to kill Yi Shiwen. Whoosh! The edge of the scimitar continued to slide down. The sharp edge of the blade was suffocating, and it cut through the void. This was a set of blade technique that could destroy heaven and earth. Clang! It was almost like the sound of metal colliding. Yi Shiwen's palm and the scimitar fiercely collided. Feng Wui's Heaven Step Machete seemed to be condensed from the principles of the Heaven Step Machete. Even the sky had no way to resist it. At this time, it was like a violent gale and a huge wave, crazily crushing down towards Yi Shiwen. However, when the golden light on his palm came into contact with the saber aura, it almost instantly shone brilliantly. The golden light covered the sky and dyed everything in the surroundings into a dazzling golden color. It was as if they had fallen into a golden kingdom. The wave of saber chi and the golden light collided fiercely in the void. But there was no terrifying explosion, because no matter what kind of fluctuations there were, they were annihilated by the fight between the two. For a moment, it was as if there was only silence. The blade directly cut through the golden waves, and then chopped Yi Shiwen's palm. Puchi! The blade cut a huge wound on Yi Shiwen's palm, and blood gushed out. It could be seen how terrifying a heaven-step divine tool was. But Yi Shiwen did not care. He directly pointed with his left hand, and the shocking sky form was thrown out and fiercely pointed towards Feng Wui. Feng Wui did not dare to be careless. He had seen the scene of Yi Shiwen electrocuting the spy to death with one finger. At this time, how could he dare to test Yi Shiwen's shocking sky form? His 4 eyes suddenly opened wide, and then he began to frantically dodge. The blade did not cut down, but he did not care too much. He quickly pulled out his machete to block Yi Shiwen's shocking sky form. Boom! The shocking sky form fiercely hit the blade, and countless saber auras were smashed into pieces. Thump, thump, thump. Feng Wui retreated several steps in succession. Only then was he able to neutralize the terrifying force coming from the blade's edge. He looked at Yi Shiwen with a completely different expression. His strength was truly terrifying. This was completely different from the battle between him and Feng Si. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the most, but how could the onlooker have the same feeling as the onlooker? His arm was slightly numb. Although his strength was not as good as Feng Wui's, in fact, it was not far off. However, the result was unexpectedly like this. If it was not for the heaven step long blade, his arm might have been fractured. At the same time, he looked at Yi Shiwen's palm in horror. Just now, his blade did not directly cut off Yi Shiwen's palm. This was also inconceivable for him. The heaven step long blade was also a powerful weapon for him, so he was very clear about the power of this heaven step long blade. It could easily cut off metal and stone, but it actually failed to cut off his palm. This was already enough to prove something. Yi Shiwen also looked at the huge wound on his palm. As he operated the Phoenix regeneration technique, the saber auras were quickly expelled. The wound no longer bled, and it was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He slightly squinted his eyes, frowned, and was quite dissatisfied. It seemed that he was still lacking in a hand-to-hand fight with a heaven step long blade. This was not to say that the tyrant body was not powerful but his realm was too low. If he entered the celestial being realm, then he could completely resist the strength of a heaven-step long blade, and even completely destroy it. Even if he could enter the half-step celestial being realm, the situation would be completely different. After all, there was still a difference in hardness between the flesh and the bones. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen could not help but have a stronger desire to improve his realm. However, he was also very clear that these things could not be rushed. He had to first defeat Feng Wui in front of him. Go to hell! Feng Wui shouted loudly, and the curved blade in his hand began to emit a buzzing sound. Countless amounts of genuine were poured into the blade, and the blade qi began to boil like hot air. Its imposing manner was so imposing that it seemed as if it could split the world in half. Those aboriginals and the experts of Yi clan couldn't help but be pushed away by the terrifying blade light. They only felt that their skin was being brushed by countless dreadful astral winds. The astral winds on their skin were so painful that they couldn't help but get out of the way. They didn't dare to get close to Yi Shiwen's blade light because it seemed as if it was going to behead them. At this time, only Yi Lanshan could still stand calmly, but even so, the Zhan Yuan in her body suddenly appeared, automatically protecting her body. In the face of this blade attack, Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes, and countless rays of light flashed in his eyes. He spread out his hands, and a golden protective wall appeared in front of him. Countless Lingqi instantly condensed above his head and transformed into a golden medicinal cauldron. 8 treasures universe cauldron. It fluctuated up and down, swallowing and spitting out divine light. Boom! This curved blade fiercely stood on the golden protective wall that Yi Shiwen had torn open, and almost in a flash, it cut Yi Shiwen's golden protective wall into pieces. Then, it fiercely stood on the phantom of 8 treasure universe cauldron. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the phantom of 8 treasure universe cauldron, as if it could be cut into pieces at any time. But Yi Shiwen did not panic. He took a deep breath, and the countless violent Lingqi around him, which had been cut by the saber auras, were absorbed by him, like a dragon drinking water or the Yangtze River. Countless Lingqi wrapped around 8 treasure universe cauldron, and not only did these cracks not expand, they were also repaired in an instant. The scene looked extremely strange, but it was also extremely shocking. Impossible! Feng Wui saw this scene and could not help but roar. How could this be possible? Xiao! Then a sharp sword light instantly cut through the sky and fiercely chopped towards Feng Wui's face. Feng Wui was suddenly shocked and hurriedly retreated, but he found that he could not move the curved blade in his hand, as if it was being held in place by a huge force. At this time he could not care so much, and hurriedly stomped his feet, and his body shot back like a heavy artillery shell. Boom! The sword light fiercely chopped a mountain, directly razing it to the ground. And at this time, a palm with golden light directly stretched out and actually directly grabbed his curved blade. Boom! The scimitar had a spirit of its own. In an instant, it reacted on its own. The shadow of the god of berserkers appeared on its blade. It was somewhat similar to the 1,000-eyed giant Feng Sun had summoned earlier, but this one was even more violent. It's just a tool spirit. How dare you go against me? Then another big hand directly fell and instantly grabbed the phantom of barbarian god. It continued to struggle, but still could not resist Yi Shiwen's big hand, and was directly grabbed on the spot, and directly exploded into the sky of Lingqi, which was directly absorbed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that his spirit had actually risen a little. Stop! Feng Wui was anxious. Without the help of the tool spirit, it was undoubtedly much more difficult for him to control the heaven-level magic tool. After all, he was not a true celestial realm expert. Although there were tricks were just tricks. Like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, he rushed over to kill, but still could not stop Yi Shiwen's determination to subdue this curved blade. The big hand directly penetrated the blade aura and grabbed the hilt. The fierce blade aura directly cut Yi Shiwen's divinity and then directly cut Yi Shiwen's palm into a bloody mess. But still, it could not stop Yi Shiwen from directly crushing it. And at this time, a finger suddenly pointed in front of Feng Wui, directly blocking his path, making it impossible for him to move forward. He suddenly became anxious, but there was no other way. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen forcibly subdued his curved blade bit by bit. Although this kind of rough, subduing method could not really bring out the true power of the curved blade. But he could only rely on the curved blade to contend against Yi Shiwen, and now even the curved blade had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. His situation could be imagined. Yi Shiwen, hurry up! This place is not far from the nest of those aborigines. If we move a little slower, we may be caught by those old guys. Yi Lanshan shouted, not far away. I understand. Chapter 1351. Whoosh! The scimitar in Yi Shiwen's hand suddenly slashed out endless saber light, breaking through the sky. Yi Shiwen was also very familiar with saber techniques, but this time the saber light slashed out by this heaven-level divine tool was even more terrifying than Yi Shiwen's original saber light. In an instant, the whole world was filled with golden saber light, covering the entire sky. Feng Wui saw Yi Shiwen's ferocious attack, and the world changed color. This saber itself was his divine tool, so he was very clear about the power of the scimitar. At this time, the experts of the Four-Eyed Clan who were originally blocked by Yi Lanshan and the others rushed towards Yi Shiwen, as if they had gone crazy and unexpectedly broke through their defense line. This showed Feng Wui's status in their clan. Otherwise, they would not have risked their lives to save Feng Wui. A burst of golden light overflowed from Yi Shiwen's body. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared inside his body. It was a huge and awe-inspiring devil's claw. An expert of the Four-Eyed race who had broken through the defensive line exploded on the spot. He turned into a mass of blood fog and issued a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream. That mass of blood fog was also absorbed by the heavenly source mirror on the spot. Even their wealth was absorbed by the mirror. However, these experts of the Four-Eyed race were poor ghosts. Only a few of them had money. In fact, they didn't have much. It was Yi Mo, although he had not recovered to his peak and could not deal with Celestial Realm experts. It was not a problem to deal with these ordinary half-step Celestial Realm experts. Yi Shiwen's blade didn't stop there. Instead, it slashed down horizontally, just like what Yi Shiwen had felt a moment ago. Feng Wui felt as if the entire space around him had been locked by this blade light, and he was completely unable to break free. How can he be so strong? No, I can't die here. I have to block, as long as I can hold on for a little longer. And when the elders of the clan hear the news, it will be time for them to die. Feng Wui's eyes were wide open, and he almost shed tears of blood. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you fearless? Let's see what you can say when you die under your own divine tool. Yi Shiwen sneered. Bang! The blade light finally fell on Feng Wui's body, blooming with endless, terrifying rays of light. Although his body was not bad, but there was a huge gap between him and Yi Shiwen. He was sent flying on the spot. Countless defenses were instantly shattered, and the inner armor on his body was also shattered in an instant. Pooh! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string, smashing through many mountains before crashing into a mountain. But before he could react, Yi Shiwen's second blade had already chopped out. His arm was still dripping with blood. This long blade was simply a double-edged sword. It hurt both the enemy and himself, but he was able to withstand it. These blade chi had cut his flesh, but for him, it was just a superficial wound. It was nothing at all. Puchi! This blade could no longer replace Feng Wui's body. It directly cut into his body, and his body instantly exploded. An extremely terrifying expert was finally killed by Yi Shiwen's two blade strikes. From the moment his divine tool was seized by Yi Shiwen, his fate was sealed. If Yi Shiwen hadn't seized his divine tool, he might have been able to compete with Yi Shiwen. But obviously now was not the time. Feng Wui's wealth had also fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. But just like Feng Shi, he didn't have much wealth. Although there was a lot of wealth on this planet, they had to compete with other tribes and countries. Secondly, they had to compete with humans. In fact, each of them could not obtain much. Therefore, there were not many celestial realm experts among them. In fact, they didn't even need the Yi clan's special control. They didn't have enough resources to share. Without Feng Wui, the experts of the Four-Eyed Clan were simply not enough. In a short while, they were completely slaughtered by the furious Yi Lanshan and the others. There was still residual heat from the explosion at the scene. Blood and corpses were everywhere. Thank you so much this time. If it wasn't for you, let alone saving people, I'm afraid it would have been impossible for us to escape unscathed. Yi Lanshan stepped forward and cupped her hands. She still had a lingering fear in her heart. This time they were completely tricked. Fortunately, they had invited Yi Shiwen. If it was an ordinary person, even the top 10 masters of other secret realms, it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed. At the same time, she looked at Yi Shiwen with a somewhat complicated expression. There was no doubt that Yi Shiwen's strength had completely shocked her. Originally, she had some thoughts of competing for the #1 secret realm. But now, such thoughts were completely gone. There was no need to compete at all. Yi Shiwen's performance just now was enough to let her see the gap between her and him. The aura of a king was beginning to take shape. These are all just taking someone's money to eliminate disasters. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry up and go. I can already feel tyrannical people rushing over here. Yi Shiwen said. To him, these things were nothing. He was only here for the dustless, sweet grass. Taking someone's money to eliminate disasters was his current state. And let's go. Let's go. No one was alone. One by one, they flew toward the periphery of the atmosphere. They were also afraid of being followed. At this time, the safest way was to escape the atmosphere. Otherwise, if they were targeted by a Heaven Realm expert, no matter how far they ran, they could still be chased. At this time, only the formation above the atmosphere could protect them. Sure enough, not long after they left, a tyrannical figure instantly appeared at the scene. Those four eyes announced his identity as a member of the four-eyed race. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, he could not help but feel sorrow in his heart. Roar! A loud roar soared into the sky. After exiting the atmosphere, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This time it was really too thrilling. If they had left just a little later, they would have definitely been caught up by that Heaven Tier expert. If that happened, they would have definitely died. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and bid farewell to Zhong Ruigan. At this time, the way everyone looked at him was completely different from before. This was a low-key and powerful man. After saying goodbye to Yi Lanshan and the others, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate for a moment and immediately returned to the #1 secret realm. At this time, Elder Yi was still refining pills, constantly adding medicinal ingredients into the alchemy furnace. One of the medicinal ingredients was the dustless, sweet dewgrass. Yi Lanshan was very trustworthy. Not long after they left, she had already sent the dustless, sweet dewgrass. Elder Yi did not ask much, because Yi Shiwen had already sent a message. Yi Shiwen immediately returned to that kind of peaceful life, accumulating in his own hands bit by bit. This time he once again digested a part of his strength, but it was not over yet. He still worked harder to accumulate. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed in his hands like quicksand. Time passed so quickly that people could not even notice it, especially when Yi Shiwen was completely immersed in cultivation. The masters of Golden Jade Pavilion were still clamoring for Yi Shiwen to hand over the #1 secret realm, but Yi Shiwen simply ignored them. However, this did not prevent them from continuing to jump up and down. inciting the other top 10 secret realm masters to find trouble with Yi Shiwen. However, which of these top 10 secret realm masters was not a smart person? How could they be incited by these people so they all held back? In the end, the loudest clamoring was still Golden Jade Pavilion and some of its friendly forces. Soon, the master of Wanli Realm, Yi Lanshan, directly announced that she would not participate in this time's competition for the number 1 secret realm. This announcement directly confused many people. For some reason, although Yi Lanshan could not be considered as the most active competitor for the number 1 secret realm, she was definitely one of the more active ones. However, now that she suddenly announced that she would not participate in the competition for the number 1 secret realm, it immediately made many amateur observers feel like their glasses were about to fall off. This could be considered as completely making them speechless. Now, among the top 10 secret realm masters, Yin Taiping was defeated by Yi Shiwen, and Yi Lanshan announced that she would not participate in the competition for the number 1 secret realm. This was equivalent to losing a lot of things to watch. While everyone was still discussing this matter, another shocking news came out. The number 6 secret realm had a change of master. This was a shocking battle, and the master of the number 6 secret realm was defeated and driven out of the number 6 secret realm like a stray dog. And this person soon emerged. It turned out to be the son of God who had caused a stir during this period, Yi Shukong. Some people saw that Yi Shukong had completely defeated the original owner of the human secret realm number 6 in a completely crushing manner, almost without much effort. It was a complete defeat. This gave a huge shock to many people. First, there was Yi Shiwen, and now there was Yi Shukong. Could it be that this generation of the younger generation was finally rising? They originally thought that it would take at least 100 years for them to rise. They did not expect that they had already caught up to their level so quickly. Yi Shiwen's ascension to the number 1 secret realm was more or less due to the power of the law enforcement hall. Even if he defeated Yin Taiping previously in the eyes of many, he was at most on par with Yin Taiping. It was just that Yin Taiping chose the wrong method and finally lost to him. Even if he was strong, there was a limit. Therefore, although Yi Shiwen was regarded as one of the top 10 because of the battle with Yin Taiping, he did not completely dominate. Chapter 1352. In other words, Yi Shiwen was only regarded as having the qualifications to become the master of the top 10 secret realms. But this did not mean that Yi Shiwen could suppress the others and become the king of the human secret realm. In other words, in their eyes, they still did not think that Yi Shiwen was qualified to truly occupy the human secret realm number 1. The meaning of this alone was enough to explain everything. However, Yi Shukong was different. He did not appear out of thin air. Instead, he directly defeated the original owner of the 6th secret realm and occupied it. This peerless genius of the Yi family, who was accepted by the family master, finally showed his ferocious side. Many people were exclaiming that he was going to show his power. Yi Shukong had entered secret territory number 1 very early, at least much earlier than Yi Shiwen. When Yi Shiwen was still struggling in other places, he had already been practicing in the secret territory number 1. But at that time, although he had the title of the Son of God, he was not too outstanding in the human secret realm where geniuses were as numerous as dogs. In addition, he was low-key and did closed-door training all year round. So many people did not pay much attention to him. No one expected that the first time he showed his fangs was to defeat the master of the 6th secret realm. Moreover, it wasn't a bitter defeat, but an easy one. Even the owner of the human secret realm number 6 didn't last more than 10 moves before he was completely defeated. The difference in strength between the two was clear at a glance. For a time, Yi Shukong immediately became the most popular contender for the master of the human secret realm number 1. However, this was not the biggest change. After Yi Shukong defeated the master of the 6th secret realm, another shocking news came out. The master of the 7th secret realm was also defeated, and the person who defeated him was another popular young master. Yi Qianqian. Compared to Yi Shukong, who was always low-key, and Yi Shiwen, who had just returned to the Yi family not many years ago, Yi Qianqian could be said to be a celebrity. Although it was her first time entering the human secret realm, her reputation was not small. Even in the human secret realm, she was well known. She, who was rumored to be the reincarnation of an ancient goddess, was also expected to enter the human secret realm to cultivate sooner or later. However, no one expected that it would happen so soon. Moreover, Yi Qianqian's success far exceeded everyone's expectations. The master of human secret realm number 7 was originally a genius of the Yi family. However, before Yi Qianqian, he could not even withstand a single blow. He was defeated by Yi Qianqian within a few moves. He was no match for Yi Qianqian. This series of upheavals caused the entire human secret realm to be in an uproar. Although the human secret realm had never been peaceful, it was still stable on the whole. Generally speaking, the change of the top 10 secret realms might not happen for decades or even hundreds of years. That was because once there was a change, it would usually mean that one of the 10 had stepped into the heaven tier. Only then would their positions move by one position. This was the normal change of the top 10 mystery zones. The situation of being counterattacked by the later masters of the secret zones was very rare in the past. After all, these people were already the most tyrannical group of people under the heaven tier. It was very difficult for them to be counterattacked. But now it had happened 3 times in one go. First, Yin Taiping was defeated by Yi Shiwen, followed by Yi Shukong and Yi Qianqian's counterattack. It could be said that the entire structure of the human secret realm had suddenly undergone a huge change after these 3 people joined. Such a change caught many old people off guard. It was completely different from what they had imagined. Because of this, they could only say that the younger generation was extremely fierce. Especially the young people of this generation, they were even more fierce. Yi Shukong was the legendary son of God. There was no barrier at all when it came to cultivation. As long as there was enough accumulation, all the problems in cultivation would be easily solved. On the other hand, Yi Qianqian was also the legendary reincarnation of an ancient goddess. She was talented and constantly broke through. Her progress was also frighteningly fast, although no one had heard of Yi Shiwen's background. Just based on the fact that he had once defeated Yi Shukong, there was no need to explain all this. Thinking of this, many old people could not help but have the urge to hit the wall. There were old people blocking the way in front, and there were new people behind them. How could they live? For a moment, Yi Shiwen, Yi Shukong, and Yi Qianqian became the focus of everyone's attention in an instant, especially many affiliated families. They had to admit that the Yi family really had an endless supply of talents. Yi Shiwen's appearance was like a fuse, attracting many people out. First, there was Yi Shukong, followed by Yi Qianqian. After that, the geniuses of this generation would also enter a blowout period. Yi Shui and the others would also grow in a very short period of time. Although they were not as amazing as Yi Shukong and Yi Shukong, it was enough to cause a huge impact on the current situation. Just as these people caused a huge impact, the owner of human number 2 secret realm, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. The human character secret realm number 2 was the most special existence in the entire human character secret realm. The owner of the human character secret realm number 1 was considered to be the king of the human character secret realm. Then, the owner of the human character secret realm number 2 was the second strongest after him. He had always been the top powerhouse in the human secret realm. After the original owner of human number 1 secret realm was promoted to a celestial realm master, he became the top master in the human secret realm, and was also recognized as the strongest master in the human secret realm. Originally, everyone thought that he would naturally become the new owner of human number 1 secret realm. Who knew that Yi Shiwen's appearance in human number 1 secret realm would cause an uproar? And because Yi Shiwen defeated Yin Taiping, he completely became the focus of everyone's attention. After that, Yi Shukong and Yi Qianshan appeared one after another, but the owner of human number 2 secret realm had never said anything. At this time, he finally spoke, and once he spoke, it was a gathering order, summoning the owners of the top 10 secret realms of human secret realm to go to the 200th secret realm for a gathering. At present, the 200th secret realm was also empty and no one lived there. At this time, it also became a venue for the gathering. As soon as this gathering order was issued, the entire human secret realm was suddenly in an uproar. The owner of human number 2 secret realm was very old in the human secret realm. He was basically close to 1,000 years old and would soon be kicked out. This was also a very real problem. People in the human secret realm could not be more than 1,000 years old. Once they were more than 1,000 years old and had not stepped into the celestial realm, it meant that their potential was limited. It was not impossible for such people to continue to occupy the secret realm, but it would cost more resources. The previous price was given to those geniuses at a preferential price. This directly led to many people choosing to leave the secret realm after reaching the limit of their age. It was very difficult for them to step into the celestial realm in this lifetime, but the reality was so cruel. Even the owners of the top 10 secret realms in the human secret realm could not all step into the celestial realm, let alone those who came later. And the owner of the number 2 secret realm was such a master who was close to 1,000 years old, which meant that he might leave the human secret realm soon. But even so, no one dared to look down on him, because he had cultivated for hundreds of years more than the other experts in the human secret realm. These geniuses would have great changes in just a few years, let alone hundreds of years. Although the speed of improvement would be slower the further they went, the accumulation was enough to scare a lot of people to death. Therefore, although Yi Shiwen occupied the human number 1 secret realm, Yi Shukong even made a name for himself as the son of God, and the other secret realm owners were also tyrannical, but the owner of the number 2 secret realm was the only one who could summon everyone at once. The others did not have this kind of charisma, nor did they have this kind of ability. Yi Shiwen also received this invitation, which was a little strange. One should know that the owner of the number 2 secret realm had always been relatively low-key. It was said that when the previous owner of the number 1 secret realm was still alive, he was relatively low-key. It was not just because he was suppressed by the powerful owner of the number 1 secret realm. There was another very important reason, which was that he was getting older. If he did not make a breakthrough, his future days might be difficult. So most of the time he was also in closed-door cultivation. Even when Yi Shiwen appeared out of nowhere, and many people thought that he should take over the position of the owner of the number 1 secret realm, he did not say a word. At this time, he actually sent an invitation to everyone to discuss important matters. What would it be for? Could it be for the matter of the number 1 secret realm? It didn't look like it. Speaking of which, there was no essential difference between the top 10 secret realms of the human word secret realm. There wasn't much difference. The real reason why the human word secret realm number 1 caught everyone's attention was the position it represented. It represented the supreme position in the human word secret realm. It was the king of the human secret realm. Could it be that he wanted to have a taste of being a king before he left? This possibility could not be ruled out. There were too many crazy people like this in history. There was no way to understand the world of crazy people with normal thinking. But thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago. Yi Shiwen felt as if his head was about to explode as he thought of these things. Yi Mo was in a deep sleep at this time, and old Yi only cared about teaching him cultivation. He simply didn't care about anything else. So, he had to deal with these things personally. In fact, he didn't even care about what Yi Shiwen did. As long as Yi Shiwen came back to receive guidance, it would be fine. At other times, he would sit like a stone statue, not asking anything at all. Yi Shiwen knew that Elder Yi wanted to hone his ability, not only his strength, but also his ability to conduct himself. But at this time, he could not find anyone to advise him, which was quite a headache. Whatever, no matter what conspiracy he has, In the face of real strength, it is nothing. Yi Shiwen could only let go of these in the end. Chapter 1353. Since he dared to say such a thing, he naturally had his reasons. Even though he didn't deliberately cultivate during these 3 months, and mostly used it to build his foundation, expand his horizons, comprehend, and raise his cultivation level, he didn't dare to say such a thing. However, after he entered the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, the realm barrier was no longer there. His cultivation journey could be said to be smooth and very smooth. Even if he did not deliberately cultivate, a full 3 months of continuous absorption of medicinal herbs and constant listening to Elder Ye's guidance was enough to make his strength rise to another level. Although he still had not reached the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, compared to before, he was a lot more powerful. This was also because of his unlimited potential. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already climbed to the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. This kind of thing for Yi Shiwen was naturally both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it was difficult to meet an opponent in the same realm, and he could even kill opponents of a higher realm. The disadvantage was that it was much more difficult to improve than ordinary people. Although his current cultivation speed was extremely fast, it was because he had consumed a lot of resources. If it was someone else, these resources were enough to produce a celestial realm master, but he had not yet reached the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. He naturally had his own confidence. In this world, to put it bluntly, it was still based on strength. Unless the owner of this second secret realm had already entered the celestial realm, otherwise he was not afraid. Even if they wanted to challenge him and snatch the control of the first secret realm, he was not afraid at all. Since someone else had already sent an invitation, how could he, the owner of the first secret realm, show fear? He immediately bade farewell to Old Yi. Old Yi didn't care about this. His main focus was on refining immortality pills for Yi Shiwen. Now was the most critical moment of refining immortality pills. Even his explanation for Yi Shiwen had been paused a lot. He wanted Yi Shiwen to see for himself first. If he had any questions, he could ask them all at once. After saying goodbye to Elder Yi, Yi Shiwen went straight to the 200th secret realm. Secret realm number 200 had been idle for a very long time, so it had been quiet for a very long time. Now, because of an invitation from the owner of secret realm number 2, it had become the focus of countless experts. Regardless of whether they had received the invitation or not, they were all gathered in the number 200 secret realm. Even if they didn't receive the invitation, for these experts, just being able to watch these influential figures in the human secret realm was already worth the ticket price. One had to know that these people were often in seclusion. It was not easy to see even one of them, let alone so many of them. The entire secret realm number 200 was a barren plain with countless spiritual energy condensing here. In the middle, there were 10 huge thrones that towered into the clouds. Everyone knew that these were the 10 people who represented the ruling positions in the human secret realm. They were the top 10 people in the human secret realm. The others had also arrived and stood around these 10 positions. These 10 thrones seemed to have been picked up from the ground by someone using magic power. Yi Shiwen had just arrived and saw Yi Zhilan, who he hadn't seen for a while. At this time, she was also mixed in the crowd. It seemed that she also came with Yi Qianshan. Braggart. Seeing Yi Shiwen, Yi Zhilan was quite excited and quickly ran over to say, "Why are you here, little girl?" Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Zhilan and couldn't help but smile. After not seeing her for a while, this little girl had also entered the half-step celestial realm early stage. Her cultivation progress was very fast. Although she still couldn't catch up with Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan, it was really shocking enough. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before she would reach the half-step celestial realm late stage and occupy a place among the many experts in the human secret realm. If you can come, why can't I? Braggart, why didn't you come to find us after that? Yi Zhilan directly questioned him as soon as she came up. Yi Shiwen smiled a little helplessly and said, I've been busy recently. I don't care, in any case I can't. Yi Zhilan pouted and said, Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? Then, how about I compensate you with a stick of candied hawthorn? Yi Shiwen said with a smile, Ah, bastard, don't treat me like a child. Yi Zhilan suddenly bared her fangs and brandished her claws. She simply hung on Yi Shiwen's waist like a koala bear. She was completely angry. Yi Shiwen actually dared to treat her like a child. This had completely made her angry. Yes, angry. Ha ha ha. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Seeing Yi Zhilan, his mood couldn't help but become better. You are Yi Shiwen? At this time, a rough voice came from the side. It was a tall and strong man who looked to be in his late 20s. At this time, he was looking at Yi Shiwen with a frivolous face. There seemed to be a bit of disdain in his eyes. Big blockhead, who are you? At this time, Yi Shiwen had not yet opened his mouth, but Yi Zhilan had already opened her mouth and said without any trace of politeness. She could quarrel with Yi Shiwen, but others could not. Not to mention, this blockhead had an unfriendly look on his face. She believed that, as Yi Shiwen's friend, she naturally had to protect her friend. When this tall and strong man heard Yi Zhilan calling him blockhead, his complexion suddenly turned somewhat ugly. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched. He had never been called a blockhead before. In the eyes of many people, this was a symbol of tyranny, but in the mouth of this Yi Zhilan, it had become a blockhead. Especially when the surrounding people heard this naive little girl's words. They couldn't help but burst into laughter one after another. This tall and strong man's complexion immediately turned livid. He did not expect that because of Yi Zhilan's words, he would become the focus of everyone's ridicule. He suddenly became furious. You're courting death. This tall and strong man roared and directly slapped towards Yi Zhilan. His futon-like big hand directly swung over. This tall and strong man actually had the strength of the peak of the late stage of half-step celestial realm. Naturally, he was much stronger than Yi Zhilan. If Yi Zhilan was hit on the spot by this tall and strong man, perhaps her small body would be smashed to pieces. Bang! But a loud sound was heard. This futon-like big hand's wrist was firmly grasped by a palm and could not move forward. And at this time, this big hand was only an inch away from Yi Zhilan. Yi Zhilan's complexion slightly changed. Just now, this tall and strong man's action was too fast. She did not even have the time to be afraid. At this time, her complexion slightly changed. But then she suddenly calmed down because this futon-like big hand had been firmly grasped by someone. She did not need to look to know that in this vicinity, only Yi Shiwen could make a move. This brother, I'm afraid it's not good to make a move on a little girl like this. Yi Shiwen's leisurely voice came out. The person who had made a move at that critical moment was indeed him. At that critical moment, his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, and he directly made a move to block this tall and strong man. This tall and strong man exerted all his strength, but found that he actually had no way to pull his wrist out. He could not help but turn pale with fright. He was very clear about his own strength. It could be said that he had the strength to move mountains and rivers, but now it was actually easily grasped by this somewhat thin young man in front of him. No matter how much strength he used, it seemed that his life was being grasped by Yi Shiwen, and there was no way for him to escape from Yi Shiwen's big hand. Roar! This tall and strong man roared again and again. A huge sword instantly evolved in his hand. He was already tall enough, but this huge sword was a few heads taller than him. It was incomparably thick, and the body of the sword was engraved with some savage runes, giving off an ancient and savage flavor. Shwa! This huge sword immediately chopped down like lightning. Although its size was incomparably huge, when it was wielded by this tall and strong man, there was no hindrance. It was as fast as lightning. Dang! Yi Shiwen raised his hand to block, and this sword directly chopped down on his arm. Suddenly, there was a sound of gold and iron colliding, and sparks flew everywhere, as if two huge pieces of metal collided. Hiss! Isn't this Wu Pingju from the Wu family? Why is he here too? Wasn't he easily defeated by Yi Shukong? Now even he has appeared. This time's gathering is going to be interesting. The fight between the two quickly attracted the attention of many people. Originally, many people were staring at the 10 thrones, but soon their gazes shifted to Yi Shiwen and this Wu Pingju. Someone recognized this Wu Pingju and immediately recognized his identity. He was actually the original owner of Secret Realm Number 6, who was defeated by Yi Shukong. But soon, someone recognized Yi Shiwen's identity. This is the owner of the Human Secret Realm Number 1, Yi Shiwen. What? It's him. At this time, after knowing Yi Shiwen's identity, it soon caused a commotion in the crowd. After all, in this gathering, the most dazzling people were naturally the owners of the 10 thrones, and Yi Shiwen was also one of the owners. How come Wu Pingju and Yi Shiwen are together? TSK, it's all because of those 10 thrones. Only the strongest 10 people can sit on those 10 thrones. But now that Wu Pingju has been knocked down from the altar, his position has been occupied by Yi Shukong. At this time, I'm afraid that he is looking for someone else's bad luck to retake one of the positions. It's a pity that this Yi Shiwen doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. This is going to be interesting. There are only 10 thrones, and these 10 people truly represented the top combat power in the human secret realm. There were only 10 positions, and no more people could be accommodated. Wu Pingju was undoubtedly one of them, but after being defeated by Yi Shukong, he lost this qualification. Now he wanted to regain this qualification, so he locked his target on Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1354. Hearing the discussions of these people, how could Yi Shiwen not know that Wu Pingju's intentions were simply because he was knocked off his pedestal? Now he was unwilling to accept it and wanted to climb back up. However, he could not afford to offend Yi Shukong, so he could only come to look for Yi Shiwen. Was Yi Shiwen a pushover? So you want my position? Yi Shiwen sneered. He seemed to be laughing at Yi Shukong for overestimating himself, and also seemed to be laughing at Yi Shukong for easily defeating him. In any case, Yi Shiwen's smile became an abominable smile in Wu Pingju's eyes. Suddenly, he felt a sense of shame turning into anger. He raised the giant sword in his hand again, and spiritual energy radiated from all over his body. The colorful light made him look like a tall and strong god, with a kind of momentum that could devour heaven and earth. Although he suffered a great loss in the hands of Yi Shukong, it had to be said that his strength was still very strong. It was not without reason that he could occupy the 6th place in the human secret realm for a long time. His figure seemed to be integrated with the whole world, like a god. The giant sword in his hand was extremely sharp, exuding endless sword aura, tearing the void, and in an instant it rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Everyone around was shocked. This Wu Pingju used all his strength as soon as he came up, as if he had no intention of holding back at all. Because he knew that Yi Shiwen had defeated Yin Taiping before and was not an ordinary person. He did not want to drag it out for a long time, so he used all his strength as soon as he came up. In the next moment, everyone finally understood why Wu Pingju would actually attack so fiercely and with such an expression. There was no other reason, and that was because Yi Shiwen was too strong. Yi Shiwen directly took a step forward and stood in front of Yi Zhilan. Golden divinity gushed out from every part of his body, stabilizing everything and protecting Yi Zhilan. At the same time, his palm shot out as if it was the end of the world, smashing everything. The sword aura slashed on it, but it could not cut through the divinity protecting Yi Shiwen's body, and was directly shattered by him. His movements were incredibly fast, and he sent out countless golden palms in the air, covering the entire sky. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! 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 The battle between the two shattered the universe, finally attracting the attention of everyone present. Originally, Many people had only been looking at the thrones and had not noticed the confrontation between the two. However, as the two of them attacked with all their might, the commotion was so great that they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The two of them fought all the way to the horizon. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, and the horizon was constantly collapsing. It was as if two gods were fighting. If this was an ordinary continent, it would have been unable to withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two of them and collapsed. Fortunately, it had gone through a special refining process. The two of them fought with matchless divine might, like two bolts of lightning flashing in the void. Every time they collided, a peerless divine light would burst out, sweeping down. Many of the weaker martial artists present had to activate their protective aura chi to avoid being swept away by these divine lights and being blown away on the spot. Wu Pengju's strength was indeed very tyrannical. Not only was his strength incomparably great, but most importantly, his speed was also extremely fast. Not only was he stronger than Yin Taiping, but he was also comparable to Feng Wui, whom Yi Shiwen had fought before. A few months ago, Yi Shiwen was already strong enough to defeat Feng Wui, let alone now. Do I look like a pushover? Anyone can come up and give me a kick? Yi Shiwen's cold shout could be heard throughout the void of the universe. Everyone's expression changed slightly because many of them also thought so. Among the top 10, Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly the weakest in everyone's opinion. So what if you are? If you know what's good for you, hand over the human number 1 secret realm. Otherwise, you'll suffer. At this time, Wu Pengju, who knew that his purpose had been seen through, did not hesitate anymore. Since he had already been seen through, there was no need to be polite. Am I really that easy to bully? Yi Shiwen said coldly. Yes, I'm bullying you, so what? Wu Pengju shouted. He already felt ashamed that he could not take down Yi Shiwen after so long. You're so arrogant. You're just a small 9th heaven of the law, manifestation realm. Do you want to send the throne and stand side by side with the strong? So what if I am? I'm going to sit on it today. Yi Shiwen was furious. This was not only anger at Wu Pengju, but also because he had been targeted many times during this period. It had been like this since he first obtained the 9 revolutions, Taishian Golden Pill. He was completely targeted, and the reason was just as Wu Pengju said. Everyone thought that he was easy to bully, so it did not matter if they bullied him or not. Every time, a little anger would accumulate, and this time it would all burst out. I'm not qualified, but do you think you are? You're just a loser. Yi Shiwen sneered. Wu Pengju suddenly became furious. Everyone knew that he was driven out by Yi Shukong, and Yi Shiwen had defeated Yi Shukong before. Therefore, there was no logical error in saying that he was defeated by Yi Shiwen at this time. Although everyone knew that it could not be compared like this, it was enough to see some clues. Many people thought that Yi Shiwen could defeat Yi Shukong purely because he was lucky. Even Wu Pengju thought so. So he looked for Yi Shiwen, who seemed to be the weakest. In the end, he did not expect that Yi Shiwen was far more tyrannical than he imagined. Now, I'll let you see whether I'm a pushover or not. Yi Shiwen shouted. His hand grabbed from the void, grabbed a scimitar, and suddenly slashed down towards Wu Pengju. Wherever the scimitar passed, the space was all distorted, the void collapsed, and a dazzling light burst out. A few months was enough for Yi Shiwen's control of this scimitar to reach the peak. Wu Pengju quickly raised his sword to block. Dang! There was a loud sound like gold and iron colliding, and the horrifying aftershock swept wildly in all directions. Boom! A large part of the void under Wu Pengju's feet collapsed, completely collapsed by this huge force. Wu Pengju even had time to scream, and his entire arm was already numb. Dang! Yi Shiwen's second slash arrived in the blink of an eye and smashed fiercely on the body of the raised sword. The raised sword was instantly blown away, turned into a stream of light in the sky, and directly inserted into the ground, blasting a huge pit. Wu Pengju's entire arm was already completely numb, and his palm had completely cracked open, looking like a bloody mess. His body directly knelt down, not because he was willing, but because he was forced to kneel on the ground by a huge force. He felt extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. When facing Yi Shiwen's terrifying strength, he realized that the strength that he was proud of in the past had become a huge joke. At this moment, he felt like he was facing Yi Shukong, and he had no power to fight back. He was defeated twice in a row. It was fine if he lost to the son of God, Yi Shukong. After all, the reputation of the son of God was so resounding, and everyone knew how to choose. But now, how could he say that he lost to Yi Shiwen? Thinking of this, he only felt a tightness in his chest. Puff! Finally, a mouthful of blood couldn't be held back anymore, and it spat out on the spot, splattering on the ground, and directly fainted. At this time, everyone's heart was in awe, and they kept quiet out of fear. They were all the best of the younger generation in the Yi family and the affiliated families. Any one of them in the outside world would be extremely tyrannical. But at this moment, after seeing Yi Shiwen's strength, they felt how fragile they were. They were much more fragile than they had imagined. Or rather, Yi Shiwen was too strong. Even a master like Wu Pengju couldn't withstand 2 slashes from him, and was directly defeated. This had nothing to do with him being the master of the number 1 secret realm. If he wanted to truly ascend to the throne and gain everyone's recognition, then he must have strength far beyond everyone else. Otherwise, it would be useless at all. Is there anyone else who is not convinced? Yi Shiwen's cold gaze swept over, and everyone immediately avoided Yi Shiwen's gaze, not daring to look directly at him. At this time, Yi Shiwen was too powerful, too terrifying. Except for those on the throne, how many people dared to compete with Yi Shiwen now? Braggart King, good fight. This blockhead is not a good person. At this time, the scene was silent, and only the naive little girl Yijilan would still be cheering for Yi Shiwen at the side. Yi Shiwen's gaze turned to the high platform. But on the high platform, among the 10 thrones, 6 had already arrived. Except for the master of the number 2 secret realm who had not yet arrived, the 2 leaders of the Golden Jade Pavilion who were said to be in closed-door training. Prince Jean and Prince, you also did not appear. In addition, all of them had also appeared, including Yi Lanshan, Yi Shukong, Yi Qianqian, and 2 tyrannical masters that Yi Shiwen did not know. 2 men, a blue-robed youth and a red-robed middle-aged man, were respectively ranked 8th and 9th on the throne. However, the person in the 10th position wasn't Yin Taiping, whom Yi Shiwen was familiar with. Instead, it was another man. He was a slightly thin and weak man. His complexion was somewhat gloomy. He was sitting on the throne with an ice-cold expression on his face. Near the 10th throne, there were some bloodstains, as well as a somewhat messy spiritual aura. Obviously, there had just been a battle, and Yin Taiping had probably been defeated and left. So, who was this person? How could he actually defeat Yin Taiping and rank 10th? Yi Shiwen didn't know, but Yi Zhilan knew. Through her mouth, Yi Shiwen quickly learned that this slightly thin and weak man was the original owner of the human number 7 secret territory, Yan Shichi. After being driven away by Yi Qianqian, he now returned to the top 10 by defeating Yin Taiping. Originally, Wu Pengju also wanted to do the same, but unfortunately he found the wrong opponent and found Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1355. Obviously, Yi Shiwen was much stronger than he thought. He originally thought that Yi Shiwen should be the weakest among them, but now it seemed that finding Yi Shiwen was definitely a huge mistake. Yi Shiwen was not only not weak, but also very strong. With Yi Zhilan's introduction, Yi Shiwen quickly learned the identities of the 2 young men in blue and the middle-aged man in red. The young man in blue was also an expert of the Yi clan, named Yi Xian, while the middle-aged man in red had a somewhat special identity. It was said that he was the descendant of a close minister of the previous generation's clan master. Although he was not an affiliated clan of the old Yi clan, he was still considered a famous clan. His surname was Hua, and his name was Hua Yi. In addition to Prince Jin, Prince Yu, and the master of the second secret realm, and Tianhua, they were now the top 10 most tyrannical experts in the secret realm, and Yin Taiping had obviously been eliminated. Yi Xuan flew directly to the first throne and sat down. If it was said that many people might have questioned Yi Xuan's qualifications just now, but now who would dare to question Yi Xuan's qualifications? Although they didn't know whether Yi Xuan was the strongest or not. After all, many people hadn't fought against him yet. However, there was no doubt that they weren't qualified to question Yi Xuan. At this time, Yi Xuan noticed that a pair of eyes had been firmly locked on him. He turned his head and saw that it was none other than Yi Shukong, whom he had not seen for a while. He had become more powerful, and not just by a little bit. His eyes were full of fighting spirit as he stared at Yi Xuan. He was still as elegant as before, but even more tyrannical than before. It seemed that the previous defeat at Yi Xuan's hands had a huge impact on him. It was unforgettable, but he was now stronger. It could even be said that he could dominate the realm of half-step celestial realm. Unlike him, who only showed his brilliance for the first time, he had now revealed his fangs. It was just that he had become stronger, and Yi Xuan had also become stronger. These two powerful opponents had come all the way to where they were now, and in the end they found that the other party had become even stronger. After not seeing him for a long time, Yi Xuan also had some fighting spirit in his eyes. He also wanted to know how strong Yi Shukong was now. He never thought that the Son of God was unbeatable, not to mention that he had already defeated Yi Shukong once. If he could defeat Yi Shukong a second time. First of all, Yi Shukong instantly burst forth with a powerful battle intention and rushed straight towards Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan was not to be outdone, so he also boiled his blood and qi to confront Yi Shukong. At this time, the two of them were already famous figures in the entire human secret realm. It was not like the beginning when not many people knew about them. Hence, everyone had heard about the grudge between the two of them. At this time, seeing the two of them start to fight, everyone was shocked. Would they be able to see another exciting battle? Especially for those with lower strength, a battle of this level was undoubtedly a soul-stirring process. Even if they just watched from the side, they could still learn a lot. Yi Xuan, do you dare to fight? Yi Shukong looked at Yi Xuan with a burning fighting intent in his eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Xuan immediately stood up from the throne. The two of them are finally going to continue that battle again. The battle between Yi Xuan and the Son of God. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yeah, the battle between the two of them will definitely make people's blood boil. Coming here today to see the two of them continue that battle is definitely not in vain. At this time, a shocking aura descended from the sky. Along with this aura, a figure appeared in the sky with a graceful arc, instantly appearing in front of everyone. When the graceful arc on this person's body was shaved off, everyone could clearly see this person's identity. It was in Tianhua. They saw that in Tianhua was middle-aged, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. At this time, there was a somewhat dignified look on his face. As soon as this person arrived, he immediately suppressed everyone's aura, including Yi Shukong and Yi Xuan. The battle intention that had just been ignited by the two of them also disappeared without a trace in an instant. This was a terrifying existence that was infinitely close to the heaven realm. His profound skill was terrifying, and they could feel it from far away. And Tianhua sat on the second throne. He had no intention of competing with Yi Xuan for the first throne. He glanced at everyone and said, "Excuse me, everyone. This time, I took the liberty to invite everyone here because I have a request. Don't be so polite. If there's anything we can help with, just say it. As long as we can help, we will do our best. How about it?" The 9 people on the thrones quickly said, "Here's the thing. Everyone should know that I'm not young anymore, but I'm still lingering on the threshold of the heaven realm." And Tianhua said, everyone nodded. Everyone had some understanding of this situation, but none of them laughed. That was because, apart from Yi Shukong, the son of God, who claimed to have no bottlenecks in his cultivation, no one dared to say that they would definitely be able to step into the heaven realm. Even they, who were favored by the heavens, could not do it. Perhaps one day in the future, they would also face such a situation. Therefore, they might feel that it was a pity, but no one laughed at it. This was nothing to laugh at. Today, I invited everyone here because I want everyone to help me break into the heaven realm in one go. And Tianhua said, everyone felt a little strange. How could they help in Tianhua? Strictly speaking, and Tianhua's strength was definitely more tyrannical than theirs. What could they help him with? Is there anything we can help with? At this time, Yi Lanshan opened her mouth to speak. Among these people, she and in Tianhua could be considered as familiar food. I've been stuck in this realm for more than a few hundred years. I dare say that there should be no one here who has more accumulation than me, but I still can't break into the heaven realm. When saying this, and Tianhua's expression couldn't help but become a little silent. He was only close to 1,000 years old. In terms of his lifespan of 10,000 years, he was still very young. In the future, the chances of him breaking into the heaven realm were very high. However, the difference between breaking into the heaven realm in this secret realm and breaking into the heaven realm in the endless future was huge. If he could break into the heaven realm before the age of 1,000, then he would still be a genius nurtured by the Yi clan. Even if he broke into the heaven realm, the nurturing would still not end. However, on the other hand, if he couldn't break into the heaven realm before the age of 1,000, then even if he did break into the heaven realm in the future, his potential would basically be exhausted. Without the help of the Yi clan's resources, his future could be said to be at an end. There were too many experts like this in the Yi clan, and they were not outstanding at all. Therefore, he was not willing to give up and wanted to fight at the last moment. No matter what, he was not willing to let it end like this. Perhaps this was also his last chance. Everyone was listening attentively. These things might be able to help them in the future, because this was the personal experience of an expert who was about to break into the heaven realm. Although it was an experience of failure, it was still very valuable. Later on, I tried all sorts of methods, but none of them were able to truly break through to the heaven tier. Aside from my strength constantly increasing, there were no other benefits. Then, I pondered that perhaps my battle experience was not enough, so I wanted to find an opponent who could help me smoothly break through to the heaven tier. In the human secret realm, all of you are already the cream of the crop, so this is the only method I can think of. I hope that all of you can help me. At this moment, and Tianhua actually stood up and then bowed deeply to everyone. It could be said that this posture had been lowered to a very low level. For an unruly genius to be able to do this was already very difficult. It could be seen just how difficult it was for him to step into the celestial realm. Everyone was in a bit of a dilemma, each with their own calculations in mind. They all knew that this in Tianhua was very strong, and if his own strength was not strong enough, it would probably be useless even if he went up. What he wanted was a powerful opponent who could force out all of his potential, a powerful opponent who could let him break into the heaven realm in one fell swoop. But he himself was already strong enough, and who could be stronger than him? Thinking of this, many people could not help but start to become silent. But among the experts below the heaven realm in the Yi clan, apart from those old seniors who were thousands of years old, they were already counted as the top experts of the younger generation. Even if there were people hiding their strength, it was not much. After all, no matter how strong they could not be stronger than the heaven realm. If even they were not enough to fight, then Tianhua had no other choice but to find those old seniors who had cultivated for thousands of years to fight. But that was also the only way out. If in a short time Tianhua could not break into the heaven realm, then he would also become one of those old seniors. A heaven realm expert who was 1,000 years old was still considered young. But a 1,000 years old who was half a step into the heaven realm was not young anymore. Although it was only one step, the difference was like heaven and earth. One step into heaven and one step into hell. At this time, a voice came first. What's so difficult about this? Let me go first. It was none other than the red-robed, middle-aged man, Hui. His body erupted with countless energy currents, like a volcanic eruption. His entire body was submerged in this energy, as if he was a man of fire. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. At this time, Tianhua said politely, but the aura on his body did not give way. It was majestic and invincible like the great river and the sea, instantly crushing down. Many of the warriors present could not help but retreat, except for those experts on the thrones. Their strength was obviously not just a level lower than Tianhua's, so they could only continue to retreat under the pressure of these two monstrous auras. Chapter 1356. The two of them flew directly into the void, no longer wanting to fight in the 200th secret realm. However, the aura of both sides still passed through the endless void, making everyone shudder in fear. The countless flames in Hua Yi's hands instantly began to burn, spreading a large sea of fire in the void, which then became violent in an instant. Swoosh! 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 Countless flames bombarded Tianhua. At this moment, Hua Yi turned into a fire magician and began to attack Tianhua in a frenzy. In the face of these attacks, Tianhua was not the slightest bit afraid. His hands in the void created a sky full of zhanying, which instantly blocked the flames completely, making it impossible for them to get close to him. At this moment, the flames in Hua Yi's hands turned into a flaming long sword. He took a step forward and immediately slashed at Tianhua. Without holding back, the flames burned wildly. Fast! 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 Hua Yi's speed was incomparably fast. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a huge flame. In an instant, he had already pounced on Tianhua. Taking advantage of the time when Tianhua was dealing with the erratic flames, he instantly rushed forward. Bang! The flaming long sword in his hand instantly broke through the sky, full of palm shadows, and the tip of the sword went straight for Tianhua's face. Tianhua's body trembled, and countless spiritual ether instantly formed a shield of vigor. Clang! Hua Yi's thick face long sword in his hand slashed through his shield of vigor and could not move an inch further. Then Tianhua made his move. He blasted out a punch, and a terrifying fist force instantly blasted out, forming a huge chi spiral that strangled everything. It was only a basic fist technique, but it was able to exert extremely terrifying power. The expressions of many experts below changed greatly, and Tianhua's strength was simply tyrannical and terrifying, especially those ordinary experts half a step into the celestial realm. He could simply kill one with one punch. There was no need for him to do much. Even the faces of the people on the thrones turned solemn. Although their strength was much higher than the others, they clearly didn't have any advantage when compared to Tianhua. And Tianhua had cultivated for hundreds of years more than them, which to some extent was a disadvantage. However, at this moment he had a huge advantage. Even water droplets could wear through stone, let alone humans. The accumulation of these hundreds of years was very terrifying. Even a son of God like Yi Xiankong lacked experience, didn't he? Without sufficient accumulation, they would not be able to make a leap with their talent. Facing Tianhua's fist energy, Hua Yi immediately retreated, not daring to take it head-on. He could already see that Tianhua's martial arts were terrifyingly profound. Even if Tianhua didn't use any magnificent martial arts, it was still enough to suppress him. Normally, when faced with such a powerful opponent, he would just turn around and leave. But now he had to fight with Tianhua and stimulate all of Tianhua's potential. Thinking of this, he could not retreat. On the contrary, he had to fight with all his might. His flaming long sword slashed out repeatedly, shattering the fist force. At this time, Tianhua also unceremoniously closed in on him. Boom! 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 The two fought fiercely in the void. As soon as they attacked, the entire void was swept up crazily and then instantly collapsed and exploded. The two fought in the void of the universe, more and more valiant, not giving way to each other. This battle was not only seen by Tianhua as a key battle for his breakthrough, but in fact it was also seen by Hui. He had also stepped into the peak of the half-step celestial realm. Although he was not as old as Tianhua and was not in a hurry, his desire to break into the celestial realm was the same. He also saw this as a battle where he could absorb experience and make a breakthrough. At this time, Yixuan said, "I'm afraid this Hua, he won't be able to hold on for long." Although the two seemed to be evenly matched, and although Tianhua had the advantage, it was not to the point where he could completely crush Hui. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Hui had reached his limit. Right now, he was just holding on with his last breath. The other people on the thrones also nodded one after another. They could also see this, and even many other experts could see this, let alone Yixuan. Not long after Yixuan finished speaking, Hui let out a huge roar, as if he had been suppressed to the extreme. A fire dragon began to condense on his body, and then slowly rose from his body. Unexpectedly, it broke free from the bondage of his spine bit by bit and rushed out. The expressions of the people on the thrones changed slightly. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying temperature of the flames burning the air. This is Hua, Yi's natal fire dragon. Under normal circumstances, it will not be used easily because once it is used, even an opponent of the same level will be seriously injured. At this time, Yi Xian spoke. Among these people, he had always been on good terms with Yi Xian, so he knew a little more about this than ordinary people. This fire dragon rose with the wind, and everywhere it passed, the entire sky began to fall into a country of flames. The flames burned the sky, almost burning through the entire void. This fire dragon immediately clawed at Tianhua fiercely. It was extremely terrifying, as if the sky was torn apart. This was a real dragon claw, and when it clawed down, the sky and earth changed color. Even a master of the late stage of the celestial realm would find it difficult to resist, because this was a ball of fire, primordial spirit. Once touched by it, one would be burned to a pile of ashes on the spot. However, there was no other way not to touch it, so it was the most difficult to deal with. And Tianhua did not underestimate it and quickly attacked. He blasted out a punch, and the fist energy twisted, instantly blasted on the huge claw of the fire dragon. However, the claw of the fire dragon suddenly disappeared. Yes, disappeared, as if it had been scattered by Tianhua's punch, and then directly turned into a ball of flames. And at the moment when his fist passed through its claw, the ball of flames that seemed to have been scattered suddenly condensed again, and then directly clawed at Tianhua on the spot. And Tianhua's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to withdraw his fist, but he found that he had been firmly fixed by the flames. That ball of flames with astonishing temperature was devouring his real yuan at any time and place. This ball of fire divine dragon was really strange. "Break for me." At this time, countless divine lights suddenly burst out from Tianhua's body, and the fire divine dragon that was about to catch him was sent flying on the spot. He took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Hui. Hui had no time to react, and he was directly in front of him. Boom! Hui was hit on the spot by a punch, and was sent flying hundreds of miles away, directly defeated. At this time, while the aura on Tianhua's body was still strong, he heard a loud shout coming from below. "Okay, then, it's my turn." Immediately after, a figure rushed out from below, and a sword light cut through the sky, like a long river, slashing toward Tianhua. It was none other than Yi Shukong. This one move revealed that his martial arts cultivation was several levels higher than Hui's. One must know that he was already at the peak of the late stage of the celestial realm, or rather at the same level. It was difficult to be a little stronger, let alone so much stronger. Yi Shukong's reputation as the divine child was not false. Instead, Tianhua was not angry. Just in time. And Tianhua directly blasted out a punch, and the powerful fist energy directly collided with the sword aura. Boom! The fist energy and the sword aura exploded on the spot, shattering the void, and countless spiritual qi went wild. The two of them were actually evenly matched, and Tianhua's expression was a little complicated. He was happy that he had found an evenly matched opponent, but he was also a little emotional. The new generation really surpassed the old. He had cultivated for almost 1,000 years, yet he was only at this level of cultivation. Yi Shukong had only been defeated for a short period of time, yet he had already reached this level. It was truly terrifying. The divine child lived up to his name. Come on! And Tianhua immediately blasted out a punch. Watch carefully. This is my own creation, the Splendor Fist. Flashy but impractical. When he punched out, the entire sky was filled with terrifying apparitions. However, Yi Shukong's expression didn't change in the slightest. Just like the name of this punch, it was flashy but without substance. The apparitions that filled the sky weren't even the most terrifying. What was truly terrifying was the real punch that was outside of the flashy appearance, a punch that was enough to break through everything. Break the absurd. Yi Shukong slashed out with his sword, breaking through the visions that filled the sky, and directly landed on that punch. Boom! Both of them were top-notch martial arts masters, and either of them could easily defeat opponents of the same level. And Tianhua was calm. His many years of cultivation had allowed his strength to accumulate to an unparalleled level. Yi Shukong, on the other hand, was like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp. Although he did not have in Tianhua's accumulation, his own bloodline as the divine child was enough to make him unparalleled throughout the journey. This battle was even more terrifying than the one with Hui before. They fought all the way into the depths of the void. He finally covered his chest and returned to his throne, smiling bitterly. Although he knew that there was a gap between him and Tianhua, he did not expect the gap to be this big. Looking at Yi Shukong's unparalleled sharpness, he really had a wolf in the front and a tiger in the back. At this time, everyone frowned as they watched the battle between the two. Many people were silent. Even though they were far away, it was enough to make them feel the terrifying gap. None of them could match up to any one of them. At this time, only Yi Qianqian and Yi Shiwen's expressions changed slightly, but they also became serious. On the battlefield, Yi Shukong did not stop at all. Another sword cut through the sky, leaving no trace at all, and in an instant he had already rushed in front of Tianhua. His swordsmanship was incomparably sharp, and there would not be any stagnation, just like when he fought with Yi Shiwen, or even more so. Chapter 1357. His sword sliced through the sky as if it was going to destroy everything. However, Tianhua did not give in and did not give Yi Shukong any chance to take advantage of him. He had been cultivating for nearly 1,000 years and had experienced countless battles. In terms of combat experience, he was far above Yi Shukong. Boom! 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 The two sides had fought hundreds of times in an instant, and the fluctuations were more intense than before. Both sides gradually began to use their full strength, and it was even more terrifying than before. Some experts who were half a step into the late stage of the celestial being realm looked shocked. As for those experts who were half a step into the late stage of the celestial being realm and below, they were even more shocked. If they were to encounter either one of these two people, they would most likely be defeated immediately. There was no other possibility. This was truly a battle of the pinnacle, and Tianhua shouted, "Use your full strength and force out all of my strength." Yi Shukong's face was expressionless, as if he did not hear anything, but the long sword in his hand suddenly burst out with an unimaginable light. His body exuded a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual ether, and an incomparably terrifying power boiled in it. His figure seemed to be raised in the void, like a sword god. Sword qi swept out in an instant, turning into a kingdom of swordsmanship. Countless sword qi flew around, and the law of swordsmanship manifested within it. Although he did not speak, he used his full strength at once, directly evolving into a swordsmanship domain and shrouding in Tianhua. At this time, and Tianhua had already released his domain. It was as if it had turned into a divine kingdom. In this world, everyone was cultivating the fist Tao and chanting the fist scripture. This was the manifestation of the supreme fist Tao in his heart. This Yi Shukong is stronger than before. Yi Shiwen could not help but sigh in his heart. Compared to before, Yi Shukong was more than a little more tyrannical. Generally speaking, the condensation of a domain was nothing more than a martial arts domain or a law domain. This kind of domain condensed from a certain kind of martial arts was the so-called martial arts domain, and Yi Xuan's domain of the power of wind and thunder was the law domain. These two domains each had their own advantages and disadvantages. Both of them had people who had cultivated to the pinnacle. Both of their methods were heaven-defying, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. It's really hard to imagine how many years Yi Shukong has been cultivating for, yet he has already endured to such an extent. If he is allowed to continue cultivating, wouldn't he be invincible? At that time, who would be a match for him under the heaven realm? Nowadays, these young people are really fierce. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan haven't fought yet. I really don't know how strong they are. According to the legend, Yi Qianshan is the reincarnation of an ancient goddess. If this is true, then her status and noble bloodline are not inferior to Yi Sukong. Although I don't know where this Yi Shiwen came from, but since he was able to defeat Yi Sukong, then I know that he is extraordinary. Boom! Two huge domains collided fiercely in the air. This was like two huge countries and worlds colliding fiercely in operation. In these two domains of swordsmanship and boxing, countless practitioners of swordsmanship and boxing were fighting each other like two armies. A swordsmanship master had his head blown up by a fist from a boxing master, and a boxing master had his body pierced by a sword. Neither of them moved. This was a battle of martial arts between the two. Although there seemed to be no damage, it was even more cruel because this was the Tao that both of them believed in, the Tao that they believed in to be invincible. They could not afford to lose at all, nor could they allow others to lose 100-fold. And at this moment, Yi Shukong took the lead. He suddenly stomped his feet, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Tianhua. He leaped up with a long sword, and the surrounding boxing domain was instantly cut open by him. This was an opponent who could really fight against Tianhua. And Tianhua was not slow at all. He directly blasted a punch, and the fist energy twisted, turning into a monster that swallowed the sword light in one gulp. Boom! The sword light directly tore the monster apart and once again blasted down. Boom! 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 The exchange of attack and defense between the two was extremely fast. Often, in an instant, they had already completed the exchange of attack and defense, dazzling everyone who was watching. Boom! A fist energy broke through the void, and in an instant appeared on Yi Shukong's chest. A divine light appeared on Yi Shukong's chest, directly wrapping up the fist aura. However, it was still broken by the fist aura, and he was blasted away on the spot. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. However, there was not the slightest frustration on his face. On the contrary, there was a smile on his face. In front of Tianhua, a sword light suddenly burst out and directly slashed in front of Tianhua. Boom! Blood splattered from Tianhua's chest, and a huge wound was directly torn open on his chest. It was extremely terrifying. And Tianhua is injured. This Yi Shukong is so strong. Hua Yi's face revealed a look of astonishment. Because he had just exchanged blows with Tianhua, he was very clear about how tyrannical Tianhua was. He was almost unable to fight back, but Yi Shukong was actually able to injure Tianhua. To him, This was simply an existence akin to a miracle. Thinking of this, the expression on his face could not help but constantly change. This time, the two of them could only be said to be evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. And Tianhua's skills were extremely profound, and at this time he had completely displayed the terrifying power of profound skills. Many times he did not need to care about anything else at all, and he could break all kinds of skills with just his strength alone. After the two of them repeatedly retreated in the void, they once again pounced on each other. Boom! 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 The two of them seemed to have also fought to the point of anger, and both of them suffered more and more injuries. Both of them had their own pride, and they were not allowed to retreat. This battle was very important to both of them, especially in Tianhua, who wanted to learn from this battle and step into the celestial realm in one go. However, the advantages of both of them seemed to be about the same. The two of them fought for a full day and night, but still could not determine the winner. They had no choice but to stop. After all, this battle was not a battle of life and death, and they could not use all of their skills. Indeed, heroes come from the young. When I was your age, I did not have such skills at all, and I did not even have the qualifications to enter the mortal secret realm. And Tianhua could not help but say, the two of them were evenly matched, but there was no way for them to help in Tianhua break through the most crucial step, and they could not help but feel that it was a pity. Yi Shukong's expression was calm, and the wounds on his body were also recovering bit by bit. He only nodded at Tianhua. He had also gained a lot from this battle. At his level, any battle with an evenly matched opponent would be able to promote his cultivation. Moreover, he was the son of God who had never encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. The only obstacle that hindered his progress was accumulation. And Tianhua could not help but smile bitterly and said, "It seems that there is no way for me to break into the celestial realm today." And Tianhua was depressed. Yi Shukong was already strong enough, but he was actually able to fight with him, who had cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, until now without falling into a disadvantageous position. This was already very rare. If he were to cultivate for a few more years, defeating him would almost be something without any suspense. However, even so, it was still not enough for him to truly squeeze out all of his strength and break through the barrier of the celestial realm in one fell swoop. Hua-Yi and the others were also silent for a while. Even Yi Shukong could only fight to a draw with Tianhua and was unable to truly squeeze out his potential, let alone them. Thinking about it, it was the same. Although they all felt that it was a bit of a pity if they could actually see a celestial realm expert go through the tribulation, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to their martial arts cultivation, especially since they were also about to enter the celestial realm. This experience could be said to be very valuable, and Tianhua was a bit sad. If even Yi Shukong could not do anything today, who knew how long it would take for him to enter the celestial realm? Perhaps he could enter the celestial realm in the future. But what use would that be? At this moment, Yi Shiwen suddenly stood up from the throne. "Why don't you let me try?" Yi Shiwen's words immediately attracted countless gazes. Just when everyone felt a little hopeless, Yi Shiwen stood up. If it was before, everyone might still have some confidence in Yi Shiwen. After all, he was an existence that easily defeated Wu Pingju. But now they saw that even a tyrannical expert like Yi Shukong could not defeat Tianhua. Could Yi Shiwen really do it and force out all of his potential? Although he had a record of defeating Yi Shukong before, everyone just saw Yi Shukong's tyrannical strength. No one thought that Yi Shiwen, who was only at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, could defeat Yi Shukong. Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shukong suddenly spoke. "In the future, I hope to fight with you," Yi Shukong said calmly, without any excitement or anger, as if he was just asking if Yi Shiwen had eaten. His state of mind had also reached an extremely high level. Being defeated by Yi Shiwen did not disturb his state of mind. On the contrary, it made him reach a higher level. Such an opponent was the most terrifying because if it was just the kind of person who looked extremely strong but was actually mentally weak and could not accept defeat at all, there was nothing to be afraid of at all. This kind of person was nothing to worry about after being defeated once, just like Yi Xing from before. If he could not defeat Yi Xuan head-on, he could only use some tricks. When he chose to use tricks, it meant that he had given up the possibility of defeating Yi Xuan himself. He was at a disadvantage, and there was nothing to worry about. All right. Yi Xuan nodded, then looked at Tianhua. Yi Xuan, come to ask for advice. Chapter 1358. Yi Xuan, I'm here to ask for advice. Yi Xuan cupped his hands and said, and Tianhua looked at Yi Xuan. Initially, he did not have much hope for Yi Xuan, but looking at Yi Shukong's appearance, he could see that Yi Xuan was much more confident than him, so he could not help but feel a little more confident. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a little more hopeful, and then looked at Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan did not attack immediately, and let Tianhua recover to his peak. He also disdained to take advantage of Tianhua at this time, and Tianhua also understood Yi Xuan's intention, and at this time he also began to adjust his breathing. Although he had just fought with Yi Shukong, for him, it did not hurt his foundation, and soon he had almost recovered. All right, let's do it. And Tianhua looked at Yi Xuan and said, circles of powerful aura instantly swept out from Tianhua's body, forming a terrifying aura storm, crushing towards Yi Xuan. Flashy but impractical. At this time, he suddenly blasted out a punch. When this punch was blasted out, he suddenly felt that the sky was full of all-wind, and every all-wind was incomparably gorgeous. It was completely different from just looking at it. Now that he was facing this punch, he realized that it was not easy for Yi Shukong to break this punch just now. This sky full of fist shadows, each punch as heavy as a mountain, could blast through the sky and earth. But Yi Xuan knew that these were all fake. Only this punch was truly the most fatal. If he could not distinguish between the real and fake, he would be seriously injured on the spot. Good fist technique. Yi Xuan roared. He also launched a punch at this time. The power of countless stars on his arm rapidly rotated and twined around his fist. It then formed a huge star. He suddenly launched a punch. An entire starry sky was shattered by this star in an instant. Since he could not distinguish between the real and fake, the best way was to break everything with brute force. No matter what kind of mask you have, I only need one punch to break it all and go straight to Tianhua. Let's see if you will save him or not. Attack where the opponent must save. The best defense is to attack. Sure enough, Tianhua's sky full of fist shadows suddenly disappeared, leaving only a huge fist to meet Yi Xuan's star. Boom! The two fists collided in the void, and a terrifying force exploded in an instant. Like a wave, it swept out in all directions. Cracks appeared in the surrounding void, and countless spiritual qi collapsed. And Tianhua's tall body swayed slightly. What kind of fist technique is this? It's so powerful. And Tianhua couldn't help but say, the Big Bang Stardust Fist had been improved by Yi Xuan. It was unknown how many times more tyrannical it was compared to before. Even Tianhua couldn't help but marvel at the power of this set of fist techniques. This is called Big Bang Stardust Fist. Yi Xuan laughed heartily and suddenly rushed towards Tianhua to kill him. What a good fist technique! Take another punch from me. And Tianhua couldn't help but laugh. An extremely condensed genuine leaped out of his body and gushed into his fist, transforming into fist energy. Then a murderous aura surged out of his fist and fiercely punched towards Yi Xuan. This punch wasn't too gorgeous. On the contrary, it was very simple. It was as if he had truly understood the essence of magnificence. It transformed into surging fist energy, and the world changed because of it. Yi Xuan's Big Bang Stardust Fist seemed to be wrapped in it in an instant. It was simple and unadorned, but it could contain everything. This was the real, powerful point. At this moment, and Tianhua seemed to be the only master of this world. Boom! Yi Shiwen's Big Bang Stardust Fist directly rushed into this fist energy and then exploded on the spot. It directly broke and Tianhua's fist energy into pieces. On the other side, a sword energy began to condense in Yi Shiwen's hand. It instantly rose against the wind and reached a length of hundreds of feet. Then it transformed into a huge sword lotus and chopped down towards Tianhua. Chinese costume, beautiful chapter. And Tianhua blasted another punch. It flew high up in the sky, and the fist energy broke through the vast sky, manifesting the principles and constantly manifesting a gorgeous movement in the sky. All the magnificence of the world was displayed in this place. Boom! The two collided in the void, and Tianhua was shocked by Yi Shiwen's power and retreated repeatedly. His feet constantly shattered the vacuum as he retreated continuously. Yi Shiwen also felt a terrifying Qi Jin coming head-on. His figure slightly swayed, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. This time, Yi Shiwen actually had the upper hand in this direct confrontation. This made countless warriors watching the battle below couldn't help but be surprised. This Yi Shiwen was too tyrannical. Everyone was scared silly. And Tianhua's tyrannical strength had been highlighted through the fight with Hui Yi and Yi Shukong just now. But this Yi Shiwen seemed to be even more tyrannical than him. This Yi Shiwen is too strong. He hasn't stepped into the celestial realm yet. It's like the celestial realm has descended. He hasn't even stepped into the half-step celestial realm. Such cultivation is simply shocking. Countless people were shocked. Even the people on the thrones were shocked. Yi Shukong's expression became even more solemn. In less than 10 years, his cultivation could be said to be shocking. But looking at Yi Shiwen, it was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, it seemed that he had become even stronger. It was simply enough to scare people to death. Most importantly, how could Yi Shiwen's accumulation be so deep? He had personally fought with Tianhua before. In terms of comprehension, Tianhua might not be able to match up to him. However, Tianhua's deep accumulation was already terrifying enough. Simple and unadorned, it was the truest portrayal of Tianhua. But now, the accumulation that Yi Shiwen showed was also terrifyingly powerful. He didn't know what kind of cultivation Yi Shiwen had experienced in the past few years. But from this terrifying accumulation, he could roughly judge that Yi Shiwen had probably used a lot of resources in the past few years to accumulate it. But Tianhua did not give up. Instead, there was a somewhat joyful look on his face. This was the first time he was happy about being at a disadvantage. At this time, he roared again and again. Behind him, a huge figure instantly appeared. A powerful phantom condensed from fist intent and then fiercely punched towards Yi Shiwen. This was the embodiment of all his fist intent, and it was also one of his greatest means. And at this time, the octagonal cauldron condensed above Yi Shiwen's head, constantly rotating above his head. He stretched out his hand, grabbed one of the octagonal cauldron's leg, and then immediately swung it like a tyrant lifting the cauldron. Boom! Wherever the octagonal cauldron passed, all the void collapsed on the spot, and the spiritual energy was annihilated. His strength had actually reached such a level. Over the years, although his tyrant body had not yet broken through to the 10th level, it had to be said that compared to when he had just broken through to the 9th level, he did not know how powerful it was. He directly smashed the octagonal cauldron towards the huge fist intent phantom. Dang! There was a loud sound of metal colliding, and the fist intent phantom behind Tianhua's fist was smashed and exploded on the spot. The entire huge phantom shook slightly, and Yi Shiwen held the octagonal cauldron and smashed it down again. There was no other reason but to bully the opponent with strength. Yi Shiwen's physical body could be said to be invincible among the same level, and he could even challenge higher levels. The terrifying strength that could compete with the dragon clan of the same level finally burst out completely. Dang! 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 Yi Shiwen was like a blacksmith, holding the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron and smashing it continuously. The shadow of the fist intention was like a piece of iron that was constantly being smashed, but it did not become more solid. On the contrary, huge cracks appeared on it, cracks caused by the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron. Numerous cracks covered its body, but the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron wasn't any better. Its body was also covered in cracks like a spider web. After all, this was not the real octagonal cauldron, but an energy aggregation condensed by Yi Shiwen. Boom! Yi Shiwen used the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron as an iron hammer and smashed it again. That fist intention phantom finally couldn't resist and directly collapsed. At this time, the 8 treasures heaven and earth cauldron in his hand also collapsed. Everyone couldn't help but shudder when they saw this scene. They kept quiet out of fear. In their hearts, Yi Shiwen's figure was just like a demon god. He could break all laws with his strength. In Yi Shiwen's hands, this law was displayed to the extreme. And Tianhua's face was also pale. From the beginning, every time Yi Shiwen smashed the octagonal cauldron, his face would pale a little bit. At this time, his face was already bloodless. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his face began to have a strange redness. But this was a sickly redness. The fight just now with Yi Shiwen was a real contest of strength. There were no tricks involved. It was a battle that only relied on one's own strength. It's really powerful. He could not help but say, if the feeling that Yi Shukong gave him was incomparably sharp, then Yi Shiwen felt that it was blunt. Yes, blunt. Although it was not sharp, it was more terrifying. But he did not give up. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and the qi and blood in his body became more powerful, like a blood pillar shooting straight into the sky. The qi on his body condensed into 5 huge figures behind him. The faces of these 5 huge figures couldn't be seen clearly, but the terrifying fist intent emanating from them made people shudder in fear from afar. Yi Shiwen instantly saw that these 5 phantoms were the condensation of the fist intent of the 5 moves of his splendid fist. He actually condensed his moves to such a degree of fist intent. This and Tianhua's accumulation of nearly 1,000 years was indeed powerful and terrifying. Boom! These 5 huge virtual shadows surrounded Yi Shiwen and started to bombard him. Chapter 1359. This move of his was much more terrifying than all the previous moves, and a tidal wave of attacks blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Such attacks came from all directions, as if there was no end to them. These were the 5 moves of the Splendor Fist that Tianhua had created himself. The fist intent had condensed into a phantom image. Every single move was earth-shattering and terrifying. In particular, these 5 moves could be said to have originated from the source. Thus, they could be used to attack together, causing their power to continuously rise. Boom! 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 Golden divinity constantly appeared on Yi Shiwen's body to block these attacks, but even so, his divinity began to dim, and he was actually affected by the backlash. One could imagine how terrifying these 5 phantoms were. What a powerful fist technique! It can actually have such changes. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. He suddenly had an idea, a change in martial arts that he had never thought about before. At this time, this move of Tianhua gave him a whole new direction. It was as if he had been enlightened, and he was instantly enlightened. He blasted out fist shadows all over the sky, directly covering the entire sky. The martial arts torrent that the 5 phantoms blasted out was also suddenly blocked, and all the attacks were blocked. Amazing! These 2 are so amazing! What? He couldn't help but exclaim, especially Yi Shiwen. He had seen Yi Shiwen's progress with his own eyes. When he had first seen Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen could only protect himself against Yin Taiping. When he saw Yi Shiwen again, Yi Shiwen was already able to injure Yin Taiping. When he saw Yi Shiwen again, Yi Shiwen had already far exceeded his expectations. He had personally witnessed Yi Shiwen becoming stronger step by step, so he was particularly impressed. Several people on the thrones also nodded. If it were them, could they block such an attack? Not to mention Yi Qianshan. Maybe Yi Shukong could block it, but the others might not be able to. They might even be killed on the spot. Seeing such an attack, both Yi Qianshan and Yi Shukong seemed to have realized something. Yi Shiwen unceasingly blocked the attacks of these 5 fist intents and slowly and gradually began to counterattack. The mysterious space inside his body also began to constantly deduce the essence of these 5 fist intents, and gradually he was able to see some flaws, and not only did he block, but he also began to counterattack. Boom! Bang! Bang! This kind of attack continued, but at this time behind Yi Shiwen, a faint silhouette began to appear. There were fist intents, palm intents, sword intents, and saber intents. These martial arts' willpower unexpectedly began to take human form, and Tianhua was incomparably amazed as he watched from the side. It had taken him several hundred years to comprehend this step. He had never expected that Yi Shiwen would actually comprehend it now. It should be known that this was not as simple as transforming the martial will into a human form. There were many Heaven Realm experts who were unable to thoroughly comprehend the principles contained within. However, Yi Shiwen was actually able to condense the embryonic form after a battle. It was really exaggerated. Everyone said that Yi Shiwen's aptitude was not high, but now it seemed that not only was it high, but it was also terrifyingly high. He was not an outwardly handsome person, but an inwardly handsome person. This kind of person was also very frightening. Huh? Yi Shiwen shouted. In the sky full of fist shadows, he directly transformed into a monstrous giant hand. With a grasp, all the fist shadows were directly crushed. Then his figure suddenly sprang out, like a flood dragon coming out of the abyss. In an instant, he had already rushed in front of a fist intent. A punch directly penetrated the body of this fist intent. This fist intent was directly shattered, and countless fist intents were absorbed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen suddenly had a great understanding. This fist intent was the truth of the fist that Tianhua had comprehended for countless years. Now it was actually completely absorbed and comprehended by Yi Shiwen. If it was replaced by an ordinary person, it would be impossible at all, but Yi Shiwen had the mysterious space, so he could completely absorb it without reservation. After breaking through a fist intent, a huge gap immediately appeared in the circle of this 5-joint defense, and this gap was instantly seized by Yi Shiwen and immediately fiercely blasted out. Boom! Another fist intent was completely destroyed by Yi Shiwen. Immediately after, the other 3 fist intents were also blasted by Yi Shiwen in an instant. And Yi Shiwen, who had absorbed 5 fist intents, seemed to have ascended to a higher level. Every move he made had the demeanor of a master of the fist Tao. Not good. And Tianhua did not expect Yi Shiwen to completely defeat his 5 fist intents so quickly. He could not help but turn pale with fright. At this time, Yi Shiwen was like a god of the fist Tao and immediately blasted out a punch. The mighty fist momentum instantly shrouded Yi Shiwen, and Tianhua hurriedly blasted out a punch, wanting to break Yi Shiwen's fist momentum, but found that his fist momentum was instead absorbed by Yi Shiwen, making his fist momentum even more powerful, and he could not escape at all. Boom! Finally, Yi Shiwen's fist momentum fell, and Tianhua could not block it at all, and was directly blasted into the body. Bang! His body was directly blasted, and his whole person was directly blasted out on the spot. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his spirit was completely dispirited. He no longer had the brave and fierce state of mind that was invincible just now. But this battle had a great impact on his state of mind. Almost at the moment when he was blasted out by Yi Shiwen, He sat cross-legged on the spot, as if he had a great understanding. And Yi Shiwen also stopped his offensive. He originally did not come to kill in Tianhua, and he also had a great understanding in this battle. At this time he was also constantly digesting what he had just comprehended. And Tianhua sat cross-legged for a day and a night. Suddenly his mind opened wide, as if he had a great enlightenment in an instant. Countless clouds in the sky began to condense. Everyone present suddenly came to a realization. Celestial realm retribution. Suddenly, there was a complicated expression on their faces. For all warriors, especially masters who were half a step into the celestial realm tribulation was a terrible topic that could not be avoided, because this was an extremely terrible tribulation. Among the masters who were half a step into the late stage of the celestial realm, half were killed by the thunder tribulation when crossing the tribulation, and the rest did not even have the qualifications to trigger the thunder tribulation. And there were simply very few masters who could really cross the tribulation and become celestial realm masters. But this was a threshold that they could not avoid. If they wanted to step into the celestial realm, this was an inevitable process. Everyone stared closely at Tianhua. This was a very rare opportunity to witness a person crossing the tribulation. This opportunity could be said to be once in a blue moon, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible to see at all, because everyone would choose a very safe place to cross the tribulation. Such places were often inaccessible or heavily protected, and ordinary people had no way to see at all. Now, if it was not because of the special situation of Tianhua, if he really wanted to cross the tribulation, he would also choose such a place, and no one would be able to see it at all. Crossing the tribulation was very dangerous. Being able to see how others crossed the tribulation and be able to understand a little more was also a very valuable experience for them. When the time came, they could also make targeted preparations, and the benefits for their future were self-evident. Yi Shiwen was the same. Even Yi Shiwen was the same. His eyes were fixed on the heavenly tribulation. He was very clear that, if it were him, the scale of this heavenly tribulation would probably be more than 10 times bigger than this one. And the terrifying things inside would be even stronger. This heavenly tribulation certainly could not be compared with the time when he was crossing the heavenly tribulation, but it had the meaning of reference. He could really see how different the heavenly tribulation of celestial being realm was. Yi Qianqian Yi Shukong, and the others also stared closely at Tianhua and the tribulation in the void. And under the gaze of everyone, Yi Shukong directly walked into the depths of the void. The tribulation of the celestial realm was too terrifying. If he crossed the tribulation here, even the secret territory, number 200, might be destroyed. At that time, who knew how much it would cost to compensate? Whoosh! A bolt of lightning instantly struck Tianhua's body like an electric snake. In an instant, Tianhua's body was charred black by the lightning, and Tianhua's entire body was slightly shaken by the lightning. This lightning bolt was not only terrifying, but its strength was also frighteningly great. However, this lightning bolt seemed to be just an appetizer. Immediately afterward, countless lightning bolts instantly slid down in an instant. His surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of lightning that instantly drowned him. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Although, with their status in the Yi clan, they were considered elites, and basically, as long as there was a record of the celestial realm's tribulation in the Yi clan, they could basically see it. Therefore, they also knew how the celestial realm's tribulation was past, but when they really saw this scene, they still felt a kind of creepy feeling. Such a terrifying tribulation, if it were them, it would not take long for them to be struck to pieces. Thinking of this, many of the experts who were originally depressed about why they could not trigger the lightning tribulation suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, they had not triggered the lightning tribulation. Otherwise, they would probably have died a violent death. Although they also knew that the tribulation that experts of different levels faced was naturally completely different, with their current accumulation, it would be difficult for them to escape death in the end. Thinking of this, they could not help but feel very lucky. Even Hui and the others were no exception. With such a terrifying tribulation, the probability of them surviving it was not very high. Even if they had prepared in advance, they still did not have much confidence. Although their hearts were full of emotions, no one blinked. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the faintly discernible figure in the sea of lightning. That figure was like a benchmark. Chapter 1360. However, he still managed to pull through several times. The medicinal pellets in his mouth almost never stopped, constantly swallowing medicinal pellets to replenish Xinyuan and heal injuries. Although this time's heavenly tribulation came suddenly, for in Tianhua, it was not unexpected at all. In order to prepare for this heavenly tribulation, he had been preparing for it for hundreds of years. It could even be said that he had started preparing for this heavenly tribulation since hundreds of years ago. Therefore, in his space there were countless medicinal pellets to replenish Xinyuan and heal injuries. Relying on these medicinal pellets, he was able to hold on. When he was crossing the heavenly tribulation, it was far less shocking than Yishi winds, and there was no variant heavenly tribulation. However, even so, for him, it was still a critical juncture of life and death. If he could cross it, he would be respected by tens of thousands of people, a celestial realm expert above tens of thousands of people. However, he did not hesitate at all. For the past hundreds of years, he had been working hard for this heavenly tribulation. It could be said that he was fully prepared. If he could not cross it now, he would definitely not be able to cross it in the future. Moreover, if he was timid now, the possibility of crossing it in the future would be even smaller. That kind of life could be said to be worse than death, and it would be better to be completely turned into ashes. For 3 days and 3 nights, for in Tianhua, every second was like a year, and for the spectators it was the same. Moreover, his crossing of the heavenly tribulation had alarmed more people to come and watch. Even some experts in the Earth's secret realm were alarmed, and they used their divine senses to explore. It should be known that in the past, although there was no clear boundary between the Earth's secret realm and the mortal secret realm, and there was no formation to separate these two areas, in fact, these two areas were like the sky and the earth, and they never interacted with each other. Because, with the pride and self-esteem of celestial realm experts, they would not mingle with those half-step celestial realm experts. And for those half-step celestial realm experts, they could not afford to associate with these celestial realm experts. Although they were only half a step apart, the status of the two sides was like heaven and earth. Now that these celestial realm experts were alarmed, there was no doubt that the movement of Tianhua's crossing of the heavenly tribulation had attracted their attention. As long as Tianhua survived this heavenly tribulation, he would become one of them. Paying attention to Tianhua at this time was not considered degrading. After 3 days, the heavenly tribulation in the sky finally dispersed. At this time, everyone could clearly see Tianhua in the center of the heavenly tribulation. At this time, Tianhua had already been struck to the point that he no longer looked like a human. Many parts of his body were lacerated and even charred. It was as if he had just walked out from a pile of coal. He was extremely black and was even emitting wisps of green smoke. However, Tianhua's body soon surged with countless strands of vitality. Like a withered tree that had been given a new lease of life, the charred parts of his body began to fall off and were replaced by new skin and flesh. His aura also underwent a shocking transformation. The entire process took 10 days before the transformation was complete. Finally, the aura emanating from Tianhua's body had transformed into the aura of a sky human stage cultivator. At this time, Tianhua's aura was already different. His body had merged with the entire void like a god. When many experts saw this scene, they could not help but feel a little envious. Hadn't they cultivated for so many years just to take this step? As for Tianhua, who had appeared as though he had no way out earlier, after putting his life on the line, he had managed to break through to the sky human stage in one fell swoop. It could not be said that his luck was bad. But they were even more clear that just by taking this step, and Tianhua's status had already undergone an earth-shattering change. And Tianhua, who had stepped into the celestial realm, could definitely become a high-ranking member of the clan in one go. If he was willing to serve the Yi clan and be nurtured by the Yi clan with all their might, his future would be limitless. He was like a carp that had crossed the dragon's gate, turning into a dragon overnight, and everything would be different. At this time, and Tianhua stood up and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Yi Shiwen. He cupped his hands and said, "Yi Shiwen, words cannot express my gratitude. If it were not for you today, I would not be where I am today. In the future, if you have any requests, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you." Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen. The difference between the celestial realm and the half-step celestial realm was like heaven and earth. Don't look at how Tianhua was on equal footing with everyone before, but now he had completely surpassed everyone. At this time, to be able to say such words to Yi Shiwen and humble himself, the gratitude in his heart was self-evident. It's nothing. Besides, I have also gained quite a lot this time. In the future, we will still have time to work together, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Just now, and Tianhua's fist gave him a huge hint and also gave him a faint feeling of breaking through again. And Tianhua understood. What Yi Shiwen said actually meant that they would have time to work together as equals in the future. In other words, Yi Shiwen was very confident that he could step into the celestial realm, unlike the other half-step celestial realm masters who were in fear and trepidation, so he was not willing to lower his head to him. However, he was not angry. Firstly, without Yi Shiwen, he would not have had the comprehension and breakthrough just now. Secondly, he also felt that Yi Shiwen stepping into the celestial realm was nothing. He had only seen two such amazing figures, Yi Shukong and Yi Shiwen. If such figures could not step into the celestial realm, would there be anyone else in the world who could? It was only a matter of time. Unlike others, whether they could step into the celestial realm in the future was a problem, so he was also willing to treat Yi Shiwen with an equal attitude. What Yi Shiwen said was that they might continue to work together in the future, so there was no need to ruin their relationship. Haha, Brother Yi is right. We will definitely meet again in the future. At that time, I will wait for you in the Earth's secret realm. And Tianhua laughed. Having just broken into the celestial realm, he was in a good mood. After experiencing the baptism of life and death, he felt that he had a huge mental sublimation. Then he cupped his hands to the masters on the thrones and said, "No matter what, I am very grateful that everyone came to help today. In the future, as long as there is anything I can help with, don't hesitate to say it. As long as you come with the name card, I will do my best to help." "You're welcome, you're welcome. We actually did not do much. Yeah, we still need your help in the future." At this time, everyone became humble. Speaking of which, this matter did not have much to do with them. Only Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong had helped out. Among them, only Yi Shukong and Yi Shiwen had played a role. The others were just there to watch the show. And Tianhua was being polite, but they would not be ungrateful. "In that case, I will take my leave first. Thank you very much for today." And Tianhua cupped his hands again, then left with his Heaven Flower Realm subordinates and servants, heading to the Heaven Flower Realm. Now that he had entered the celestial realm, the human secret realm could no longer accommodate him. If he continued to improve, entering the Earth secret realm was also a matter of course. At this time, everyone withdrew their gazes and looked at Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong. Originally, everyone thought that this gathering was for the ownership of the thrones in the human secret realm. But they did not expect that in the end, and Tianhua actually broke into the celestial realm in one go. Within Tianhua's departure, in the eyes of everyone in the human secret realm, other than the equally mysterious Yi Qianshan, who had not fought yet, only Yi Shiwen and Yi Shukong had not fought yet. Yi Shiwen defeated in Tianhua and had the bearing of a king, but Yi Shukong was not bad either. He did not lose to Tianhua and also had the ability to compete with Yi Shiwen. Would the two of them compete here to determine who is the true king of the human character's secret realm? Moreover, many people still remembered what Yi Shukong said before. If he fought with Yi Shiwen, would the two who are now known as the strongest in the human secret realm fight again? Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Shukong. He was not the slightest bit interested in things like the king of the human secret realm. As long as he was strong enough, there was no suspense at all. If he was not strong enough, even if he claimed to be the king of the human secret realm, so what? Just like Yin Taiping before, now he could only become a joke. But if it was a battle with Yi Shukong, he was still very interested. In the path of a warrior, only by constantly challenging the strong could it be possible to improve rapidly. And under everyone's gaze, Yi Shukong spoke. Yi Shiwen, your progress is faster than I thought. I originally thought that I could defeat you this time, but now it seems that I have still underestimated you. But you have to be careful. My progress will get faster and faster. If you can't keep up with my speed, then you are not worthy to be my opponent at all. You are the only opponent that I acknowledge now. I hope you will not be stuck at the threshold of the celestial realm, or else I will be very disappointed. Yi Shukong said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. If one did not know what happened today and just listened to what he said, everyone would probably think that he was the strongest today and not Yi Shiwen. But the strange thing was that no one felt that his words were arrogant. On the contrary, they felt that it was so natural. He was the Son of God, a person with a limitless future. As long as he did not fall along the way, at the very least, he would be a top master at the level of the Yi clan lord. Such a person was qualified to say such words. Yi Shiwen's mouth twitched, and he said, I will wait for your next challenge. Chapter 1361. This time, the meeting of the top 10 magnates of the human secret realm ended in a dramatic way. There was indeed an earth-shattering battle, but it was not for the position of the king of the human secret realm. Among the people who came to the scene, those who were qualified to compete for the position of the human secret realm's king had abandoned this position. Whether it was the veteran expert in Tianhua, or the newly rising Yi Shukong, Yi Shiwen, or Yi Qianqian, none of them expressed any intention to compete for the position of the king. Instead, they were dismissive of this position. And after Tianhua went to the Earth's secret realm, Yi Shiwen also became the uncrowned king of the human secret realm. Except for the people from the Golden Jade Pavilion who clamored that Prince Jean and Prince Yu were not present. Otherwise, they would be able to suppress Yi Shiwen. No one dared to question Yi Shiwen's authority to enter the Master Secret Realm number 1. As for the clamor of the Golden Jade Pavilion, for many people, it became the bark of a defeated dog, the cry of a loser. No one believed that any one of the so-called Prince Jean and Prince Yu could suppress Yi Shiwen. Even Tianhua, who was ranked second, was defeated by Yi Shiwen, let alone Prince Jean and Prince Yu, who were ranked below Tianhua. Originally, the entire public opinion was inclined towards the Golden Jade Pavilion. Many people thought that Yi Shiwen did not dare to come out in order to hide from the masters of the Golden Jade Pavilion. But after this battle, no one would think so anymore. Was this called fear? If even Yi Shiwen's strength needed to hide from Prince Jean and Prince Yu of the Golden Jade Pavilion, then how tyrannical were Prince Jean and Prince Yu? Could it be that they had already stepped into the celestial being realm? Just thinking about it, it was impossible. Therefore, for a moment, the entire Golden Jade Pavilion became the laughingstock of the human secret realm. For a moment, those people from the Golden Jade Pavilion were also too ashamed to face others and hid. What was the trend of the times? This was the trend of the times. Yi Shiwen becoming the uncrowned king of the human secret realm was already an indisputable fact. There were also many people sighing with emotion. It was true that the new generation was replacing the old. At this gathering, the tyrannical strength displayed by a few of the newcomers was enough to make many of the older generation feel ashamed. Whether it was Yi Shukong who could fight in Tianhua, or Yi Shiwen, who could defeat in Tianhua. They both possessed powerful combat power that many of the older generations simply could not match. Although Yi Qianqian did not make a move, judging from the fact that she had defeated the master of the human secret territory number 7 with lightning speed, it was likely that she was also hiding her strength. In addition, she had long been famous. The legend of the reincarnation of the ancient goddess had long spread throughout the Yi family. Many people began to be interested in these young experts. However, these people seemed to have made an appointment. All of them began to enter a state of closed-door training. It seemed that all of them had gained something from this gathering. This made many people feel depressed. In the Thousand Feather Realm, Yi Shiwen was soaking in the medicinal soup. His whole body was constantly being torn by the powerful medicinal power. The severe pain made his forehead break out in cold sweat. At this time, there were no impurities in his body. Even if it was cold sweat, it was still medicinal water, which was valuable. Just like how the saliva of the dragon race could be used to irrigate heavenly treasures like dragon saliva grass, although Yi Shiwen had not reached that level, but in fact he was also approaching in this direction. His blood could also be used to irrigate heavenly treasures. For a whole 3 months, he stayed in the 8 treasures universe, cauldron, motionless. The fire under the cauldron was constantly boiling the medicinal soup. It was also like boiling a frog in warm water. It made him feel like he was about to be cooked every moment. It was extremely painful. He could only forcibly endure the pain and absorb these medicinal power. These medicinal power could not be completely absorbed in a short time, so it would remain in his body. At the same time, in his body, there was a medicinal pellet that turned into a torrent of energy. It was constantly repairing all the hidden injuries on his body. Yi Shiwen had been fighting for so many years. He did not know how many hidden injuries he had. Phoenix regeneration technique would leave cracks and consume his lifespan. At this time, it was constantly being repaired. This was the medicinal pellet that Elder Yi refined to supplement his consumed lifespan. It had been a year since the last gathering. During this year, it could be said that there was a sudden storm in the human secret realm. Especially after Tianhua left, there was a vacancy in the top 10 secret realms. A huge conflict broke out around this position. In the end, after many fights, Wu Pingju defeated Yin Taiping and took the position of the human secret realm number 2. Other than that, the positions of the other secret realms did not change at all. The others seemed to have no interest in the human secret realm number 2. Of course, in the entire human secret realm, only the human secret realm number 1 had a special meaning. It represented the king. A fierce tiger had just left, and now an even more ferocious tiger had appeared. Although Yi Shiwen did not make any moves after that, his position as the king was unshakable. Other than Prince Jin and Prince Yu, who had always claimed that they were qualified to challenge him, Yi Shukong and Yi Qianqian, who were qualified to challenge him, did not make any moves either. Therefore, no one could shake his position as the king. Other than these things in the human secret realm, a big event also broke out in the entire ancient barren world. It was the emergence of an organization called Baishaosheng. As soon as this organization came out, it attracted the attention of the entire ancient barren continent. As soon as this huge intelligence organization came out, it was like mushrooms after the rain. No one knew exactly where they came from. However, this intelligence organization was like a monster that had been hiding for a long time. As soon as it came out, it revealed its terrifying fangs. No matter what kind of information it was, as long as there was enough revenge, it could be found. As soon as this intelligence organization came out, it instantly caused a lot of forces to panic. An organization that had so much information on them undoubtedly gave the various forces the urge to get rid of it. Regardless of whether it was the demon race, the human race, the 100 Clan Alliance, or the sea race, these few overlord races of the ancient barren continent all began to search for this organization called Baishaosheng. However, Other than some storytellers who weren't that powerful in various strongholds, they actually couldn't find any traces of this Bai Shaosheng organization. This made many forces even more terrified. Not being able to find them was even more terrifying. Therefore, they increased the search for Bai Shaosheng organization. At this time, it was unknown if Bai Shaosheng and the various forces had reached some kind of agreement. But the various forces collectively gave up on searching for Bai Shaosheng's existence. They seemed to have tacitly acknowledged the existence of such a huge intelligence organization. Fortunately, although this Bai Shaosheng organization claimed to be omniscient, it still had a sense of propriety in its actions. It didn't really involve the core secrets of the various forces. This made the various forces pinch their noses and admit the existence of Bai Shaosheng. However, because of this, the various forces also increased their internal cleansing. Although these secrets weren't the core secrets, for Bai Shaosheng to be able to find them, there was no doubt that they had scouts or spies. This instantly made the various forces unable to eat or sleep in peace. In an instant, the various forces were in a state of chaos. The scouts that many forces had hidden for many years were also discovered. However, they couldn't find any of Bai Shaosheng's scouts. Even if they found any, they were just some peripheral members. This made the various forces feel helpless. After half a year, they had no choice but to pinch their noses and tacitly acknowledge the existence of Bai Shaosheng. However, it wasn't hard to imagine that the various forces wouldn't stop searching for Bai Shaosheng in secret. It was just that they wouldn't search for him so openly. Just when the various forces gave up on searching for Bai Shaosheng finally revealed his shocking strength. After releasing 2 lists, it caused another uproar. Hidden Dragon List. This list recorded the top 200 young experts in the ancient Barrens continent. The top 100 would be the top 100 young experts list, while the remaining 100 would be the substitute list. When this list was released, it instantly caused a huge uproar. It attracted the gazes of countless people, especially those young experts who thought that they were powerful. When they saw this list, they realized that there were actually so many powerful experts in this world. There were many existences that had never made a name for themselves in the ancient Barrens continent. There were also many experts who had been famous for a long time. When this mixed list was released, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people. The names on the list became famous in the ancient Barrens continent overnight, and everyone knew about them. In particular, there were many experts who were nurtured to conceal their strength. This time they were all exposed, which caused many ancient and powerful forces to be dissatisfied. However, there was no other way. Bai Shaosheng only had some storytellers who weren't strong. They didn't even know where their base was. How could they find trouble with them? There wasn't much meaning in killing these storytellers. Moreover, Bai Shaosheng wasn't a pushover. Although no one knew how strong he was, his powerful information network was recognized by everyone. Because there were a few forces that were dissatisfied with Bai Shaosheng's way of doing things. After they slaughtered some storytellers in the cities, it immediately attracted Bai Shaosheng's revenge. On the second day, some of the secrets of their forces were exposed to the world. In particular, some of their scandals were publicized everywhere. They were divided into 49 chapters and broadcasted back and forth. In an instant, they became the target of everyone's criticism and were in a sorry state. Because of this, no one dared to touch these storytellers anymore. Firstly, it was meaningless. Secondly, it would attract Bai Shaosheng's revenge. Other than those who wanted to hide and were dissatisfied with being exposed, there were even more experts who thought that they were extremely powerful but weren't able to make it onto the list. They were also very dissatisfied because they were all prodigies. Why couldn't they make it onto the list? Chapter 1362. Originally, many people were disdainful of this so-called ranking. Many people didn't even acknowledge this ranking. However, very quickly, those young experts who weren't on the ranking began to be dissatisfied. Why couldn't they be on the ranking? They were all famous young experts, which one of them wasn't the pride of their respective forces. How could they allow themselves to be disregarded like this? Some people's methods were even more valiant. They directly slapped Bai Xiaoxing's face. Their method was very simple. Those who weren't on the ranking would find those who were on the ranking and then defeat them. They would use the facts to prove that Bai Xiaoxing was just a piece of sh*t. How dare you judge us? Although most of them didn't succeed, there were still some who succeeded in defeating the experts who were on the ranking and successfully replaced the original experts. Hence, doubts towards the authority of the hidden dragon list came like a mountain rain. Among them, various forces were also adding fuel to the fire. Although they couldn't grab hold of Bai Xiaoxing's weakness, it was good to disgust him. Facing such doubts, Bai Xiaoxing didn't care at all. On the contrary, to them, they had already successfully hyped up the hidden dragon rank. No matter whether they wanted to admit it or not, a lot of people were proud to be able to get on the hidden dragon rank. After all, such a ranking was placed here. If they couldn't be on the hidden dragon list, wouldn't it mean that they were a failure? Regardless of whether they admitted the so-called fairness and authority of this ranking, it would be a great shame for them if they couldn't be on the ranking. However, very quickly, Bai Xiaoxing gave a reply. The first phase of the hidden dragon list was just a trial product. In other words, it was reasonable to have some inaccuracies. Hence, Bai Xiaoxing would invite all the heroes and influential figures of the younger generation to a star in the distant universe, the Wind King star. Over there, they would rearrange the rankings. Who could be on the ranking and who couldn't be on the ranking? What was the use of just talking about it? They had to rely on their own strength to speak. As soon as this reply came out, it immediately caused another uproar, especially those experts of the younger generation. They were even more eager to give it a try. That's right. What's the use of just saying that I'm strong? In this gathering, I have to defeat everyone to prove my strength. That's right. Moreover, if he could stand out in this gathering, his name would instantly spread across the entire ancient Barrens continent. Therefore, many experts who were originally disdainful of the list and didn't even want to pay attention to it were suddenly moved. They could be indifferent to the list, but if they could prove their tyrannical strength in front of countless people, it would definitely be an excellent opportunity. To be famous throughout the primordial era, this was an irresistible temptation for many. Just by holding such an event, the authority of the hidden dragon rank had been confirmed. No matter whether people were willing to admit it or not, when everyone wanted to occupy a rank on it, the hidden dragon rank had undoubtedly successfully made its name known. At this time, Bai Xiaoxing also announced that he would be releasing another soaring dragon list. There would be 100 people on the list. The difference between the soaring dragon list and the hidden dragon list was that the requirement to be on the list was to be less than 500 years old. On the other hand, the soaring dragon list was made up of top experts who were under 1,500 years old. Because the age of the people on the list was different, it directly caused a huge difference in the value of the two lists. Relatively speaking, the hidden dragon list only included the new experts of the younger generation. They were relatively young, so most of their strength was limited to the peak of the half-step heaven realm. Apart from a few people who were said to have broken through to the heaven realm, most of them were stuck at this position. However, the soaring dragon list was different. According to Bai Xiaoxing, all the people on the list were heaven realm experts. Every single one of them was an outstanding genius. They were the true top experts of the younger generation of the ancient Barrens continent. They were the true elites, and there were no young experts who were stronger than them. On the internet, according to age, they could only be considered as the middle-aged generation, the older generation experts. When this statement was released, it attracted the attention of countless young experts. Many people weren't interested in the hidden dragon list at first, as it was just a game for children to play. It wasn't much at all. However, the soaring dragon list wanted to capture all the top experts among them. Before this list was announced, it had already attracted the attention of many people. However, this wasn't the end. After the soaring dragon list, Bai Shaoxing also announced that he would be releasing a reputation list of the ancient barons continent. The purpose of this list was to gather all the top experts of the ancient barons continent. The most basic requirement to be on the list was to be at the 9th level of the heaven realm. It was said to gather all the top experts of the ancient barons continent. These people were influential figures in the entire ancient barons continent. Any one of them was someone who could change the entire ancient barons continent. Hence, it was named the reputation list. The number of people on this list was the lowest, with only 50 people. Although there were only 50 people, there was no doubt that this reputation list was the most valuable list. It could even be said that this was a list that could truly shake the ancient barons continent. These people were basically the most influential figures in the ancient barons continent. In the past, there had always been guesses about their strength. However, these people rarely fought against each other. Hence, many people didn't have a clear conclusion. Moreover, this list involved the important figures of all the major forces. How many people would dare to casually discuss this? Those experts who were ranked at the top were naturally happy. However, wouldn't those experts who were ranked at the bottom be terrifying? No, in fact, they were terrifying as well. Any one of them could cause the ground to tremble with a single stomp. Hence, there had never been such a list. By doing this, Bai Shaoxing had undoubtedly poked a hornet's nest. Before this list was announced, it had already attracted the attention of countless experts. These were the true experts of the ancient barons continent. Some ancient forces even said that if none of them were ranked on the list, or if their ranking was too low, then Bai Shaoxing could only wait and see. It was fine if the list wasn't announced. However, once it was announced, it would be a slap to their faces. Which one of these people wasn't powerful and had great authority? How could they tolerate such a slap to their faces? However, no matter what, these 3 lists had suddenly become the topic that everyone was talking about. It was as though they had become authoritative and fair overnight. These 3 lists had almost captured the entire ancient barons continent's young generation, new generation, and middle generation. As for the older generation, it wasn't easy to calculate because many of them hadn't shown themselves for many years. Some of them might have silently passed away. There were also some who were thought to have passed away and appeared many years later. Hence, it was impossible to calculate the older generation. In addition, the era when they were active was too far away. Some of the old antiques of the demon race were like living fossils. The era when they were active was something that happened 100,000 years ago. Even the predecessors of the various overlords hadn't been born yet. Only the demon race, which had a long lifespan, could have such a record. However, many people were guessing. Bai Shaoxing could be said to be very resourceful. His information source was very powerful. Perhaps even the antiques of the various forces had records of it. There might even be such a list that existed in secret. However, many people felt that even if there was such a list, Bai Shaoxing would definitely not dare to announce it. Previously, even if it was the wind cloud list, the people that were announced were those who were still alive. It was nothing more than a ranking of their strength. In reality, it wouldn't damage their reputation too much because no matter what their ranking was, they were powerful existences that ordinary people couldn't reach. However, those old antiques and living fossils of the older generation were different. Many of them were already on the verge of death. Those who should have died but didn't die were the trump cards prepared by the major forces. They might come in handy at the crucial moment. Moreover, many of them had enemies all over the world. If they were to be known that they didn't die, there would definitely be a conflict. If this news were to be revealed, there was no doubt that the all-knowing scholar would offend all the major forces to death. It was equivalent to revealing their trump cards. Which major force would be able to remain calm? Once everyone was angered, Bai Shaoxing would only be dead even if he went to the heavens. No matter how mysterious Bai Shaoxing was, it was impossible for him to hide from everyone's eyes and ears. As long as this organization existed, it would definitely be discovered. Previously, the various forces didn't want to offend Bai Shaoxing too much. Hence, they didn't investigate with great fanfare. It didn't mean that they didn't have the ability to do so. Even if one of them didn't, with so many forces added together, Bai Shaoxing definitely couldn't afford to offend them. In other words, there wasn't a single force in the ancient Barrens continent that could afford to offend so many colossal forces. Hence, as to whether this list of the older generation existed or not, this was only the speculation of some people. Bai Shaoxing didn't directly respond to it. After the commotion of these three lists had passed, the Soaring Dragon list and the Wind Cloud list had yet to be revealed. It was said that they were still in the process of being created. Hence, the Hidden Dragon list that was released first had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. Although it was only the experts of the younger generation, many people still wanted to find clues from this list. Moreover, even if these experts were of the younger generation, they would become the new influential figures of the ancient Barrens continent in a few more years. Being young didn't mean that one's potential was small. One shouldn't underestimate them. This list was quickly spread to the Yi clan. Even Yi Shiwen, who was in seclusion in the Thousand Feather Realm, received the news about this list. Chapter 1363. Yi Shiwen's first reaction wasn't to look at the ranking of the Hidden Dragon list when he had received the news of the Hidden Dragon list. Instead, he looked at the All-Knowing Scholar. For many people, the All-Knowing Scholar was an organization that had suddenly emerged. Many people didn't even know what the All-Knowing Scholar did. They only knew that it was a newly emerged intelligence organization. However, for Yi Shiwen, the All-Knowing Scholar wasn't a new friend. Instead, it was an old friend. In the past, Yi Shiwen had dealt with the All-Knowing Scholar when he was in the true martial domain. Therefore, Yi Shiwen found it very strange. How could the all-knowing scholar suddenly expand from the true martial domain to the ancient Barrens continent? Moreover, it had caused such a huge commotion. This wasn't something that a small force could do. It could even be said that even a huge and deep-rooted force like the Yi family couldn't do what the all-knowing scholar had done. Could it be that the all-knowing scholar in the true martial domain was merely a subordinate branch? Nobody knew when the all-knowing scholar had appeared in the true martial domain. They only knew that the all-knowing scholar had already spread all over the tea-houses and restaurants of the true martial domain a long time ago. These storytellers all came from an organization called the All-Knowing Scholar. They had the most perfect intelligence organization in the world. It could be said that there was almost nothing that they didn't know as long as one had the money. Even if these storytellers didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, nobody dared to look down on them or bully them. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to think about the revenge of the all-knowing scholar. Those powerhouses who had owed the all-knowing scholar over the years were enough to annihilate a force. One could well imagine how terrifying the all-knowing scholar was. Not many people knew the origin of the all-knowing scholar. However, the more they knew about it, the more frightened they would be. Therefore, they wouldn't dare to overstep their boundaries. Yi Shiwen was also very interested in this all-knowing scholar. How did such a huge organization maintain its operation? However, he was only interested. So far, nobody knew how many informants the all-knowing scholar had developed in the true martial domain. Many people even said that the all-knowing scholar only needed to exchange information with others to maintain the smooth operation of the intelligence network. There were many legends about the all-knowing scholars. However, they had never participated in the disputes of the true martial world. They were only responsible for selling information. As long as someone paid enough money, they could get whatever information they wanted. Yi Shiwen had been in the true martial world at that time. He had also been in charge of the true martial university for a period of time. So, there were also records about the all-knowing man. However, the all-knowing man had appeared silently according to the records of the true martial university. The all-knowing man had already appeared when the true martial university was still ruling the true martial world. And it had slowly developed into a huge intelligence organization afterwards. However, that was in the true martial domain. In the ancient Barrens continent, the true martial domain was just a rural area. It had no value at all. In fact, many people didn't even know that this small world had been isolated from the ancient Barrens continent for tens of thousands of years. Even if the all-knowing man was omnipotent in the true martial domain, it wasn't worth mentioning in the ancient Barrens continent. Or could it be said that the all-knowing man in the true martial domain was merely a branch? This was because Yi Shiwen had seen the silhouette of the all-knowing man in other worlds. However, even so, Yi Shiwen was still surprised and puzzled when the all-knowing man suddenly erupted with such a powerful strength. However, he had to admit that the all-knowing man had used these 3 lists to establish his reputation. He had also left an imprint in the hearts of many people. Many people felt that the authority of the all-knowing man's intelligence was unquestionable. Compared to other people, Yi Shiwen had been in contact with the all-knowing man in the true martial domain. Naturally, he believed in the all-knowing man's authority. In the true martial domain, the all-knowing man was omnipotent. He had many sources of intelligence. Even the true martial university didn't know about the all-knowing man might know about it. It wouldn't be any different in the ancient Barrens continent. Otherwise, with the all-knowing man's style of doing things, he wouldn't be so high-profile. Even if he couldn't trust the all-knowing man 100%, he could at least trust half of it. As for the other half, Yi Shiwen even suspected that the all-knowing man deliberately left it a problem. If there was no problem with the all-knowing man in the ancient Barrens continent, how could it attract so many people's attention? At that time, many people wouldn't even have the mood to question him. At that time, who would care about the all-knowing man? After all, although the all-knowing man didn't have an intelligence organization like the all-knowing man in the true martial domain, there were many intelligence organizations. Moreover, all the major forces had their own sources of intelligence. In fact, the intelligence organizations of the major forces were also doing the trade of intelligence. It was just that there wasn't anyone as authoritative as the all-knowing man. However, it didn't mean that their intelligence organization wasn't good. However, by doing this, everyone would pay attention to the all-knowing man, and he would become famous all of a sudden. Anyway, according to what they said, this was just a trial version. They welcomed all the young experts to come and give them advice. Since they were so humble, they naturally weren't afraid of others talking about it. After thinking about the all-knowing man, Yi Shiwen began to look at the list. On this list, there were some names that had become the hot topic of discussion. The person at the top of the list was called F.A. Wushuang. He was only 100 years old this year, and his cultivation, according to the description of the Hidden Dragon list, had already broken into the heaven realm. Among the young experts, he was ranked first. It was said that he was a disciple of a hermit sect. As for the origin of this sect, the all-knowing man was vague in this aspect. He only said that it was a powerful sect, and as for its origin, he wasn't willing to say more. Obviously, the all-knowing man was well versed in how to conduct himself. Exposing F.A. Wushuang would already make a lot of people unhappy. If the all-knowing man's sect was exposed as well, it might attract the revenge of the all-knowing man's sect. Although the all-knowing man wasn't afraid, there was no need to provoke the all-knowing man. The person at the second place was an expert of the demon race. He was a top expert of the demon race's young generation, and his name was Yi Wudi. This person's origin was mysterious. No one knew where he came from. However, since he dared to call himself Wudi, it was enough to show that he had some strength. Among the young generation of the demon race, he indeed hadn't met his match yet. From the beginning of his debut, he had killed his way to fame. This name was well known in the demon race, but there were very few rumors about him in the human race. According to the all-knowing man's footnote, this was also a powerful figure who had already stepped into the heaven realm. The expert at the third place was a supreme figure of the sea race, the Ocean Emperor. It was said that he was a disciple of a mysterious sea race. Ever since he was born, no one knew what his name was. He only had a nickname, the Ocean Emperor. As time passed, this became his exclusive title. He was also an expert who had already stepped into the heaven realm. The following top 10 were all experts of the heaven realm. What really surprised Yi Shiwen was the name at the 8th place. It made Yi Shiwen's eyes light up. Leah. This name immediately made Yi Shiwen think of Li Feng and Leah, who had arrived at the ancient baron's continent before him. Although he wasn't 100% sure, when he saw this name, Yi Shiwen immediately became excited. Ever since Yi Shiwen came to the ancient baron's continent, he had tried to find Li Feng and Leah, but there was no news of them. Even Yi Shiwen himself wasn't considered a high-ranking member of the Yi clan, so how could he mobilize his power to find the father and daughter? However, he didn't expect to see Xiao Ye's name on this hidden dragon list. Although the all-knowing man's hidden dragon list was a little vague about Li Ye's origin, Yi Shiwen still quickly determined that this should be Xiao Ye. However, he soon felt a little embarrassed. Even Xiao Ye, a little girl who used to be by his side, had already stepped into the heaven realm, while he himself was still lingering around the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. This was a little embarrassing. However, this wasn't strange. Xiao Ye was extremely talented, and it could be said that Yi Shiwen had never seen anyone like her in his life. Even compared to Yi Shukong, although Yi Shiwen didn't know what aptitude he had, he thought that it was probably just SOSO. He didn't know if that little girl had grown up. She wouldn't still be that small, right? She should have grown up a little. Seeing this, Yi Shiwen finally became interested in this hidden dragon list. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the slightest bit of interest in this list at all. Among the 200 names on this hidden dragon list, there were 2 that belonged to the Yi clan, Yi Shukong and Yi Qianshan. Among them, Yi Shukong was officially ranked 98th. The evaluation of Yi Shukong was that he was the son of God. Although he had only been discovered for a short period of time, he had already displayed amazing cultivation aptitude. In the future, he would definitely be an influential figure in the ancient barons. Even if it was someone ranked 50th, very few people would have such a high evaluation. Right now, he was only ranked 98th. It was probably because he had only been discovered and cultivated for a short period of time. Otherwise, he should be able to compete with the top 20 figures, and he might even be stronger. Although the ranking didn't seem very high, thinking about how many tyrannical experts there were in the entire ancient barons continent, there were billions of experts in the younger generation. To be able to be ranked within these 200 people was already an expert among the experts. The number of experts that didn't make it to the list was definitely dozens of times more than this. This was only counting the experts at the peak of the late stage of the half-step heaven realm. Every name of these 200 people instantly became famous in the ancient barons. And because of this, Yi Shukong also attracted a lot of attention. Because of his identity as the son of God, the Yi clan originally planned to conceal his identity as the son of God. At least, they didn't want to attract too much attention in a short period of time. When he stepped into the heaven realm and had the ability to protect himself, even if some people secretly attacked him, they could only train Yi Shukong. However, they didn't expect to be exposed by Xiaoxing now. Chapter 1364. Yi Shiwen could imagine the faces of the Yi family's higher-ups when they found out about this list. Yi Shukong's ranking was not high now, but with his identity as the son of God, he would certainly attract a lot of attention. Especially many hostile families and races of the Yi family, they would definitely try to kill him, because everyone knew the potential of the son of God. If he was allowed to grow, he would certainly become a terrifying master that was difficult to control. The best way was to kill him before he became a strong deterrent. This was something that almost everyone could imagine. Yi Shukong's situation was not good. It was equivalent to suddenly becoming the focus of everyone's attention, as bright as the sun. How could it not attract the covetous eyes of the younger generation? In this sense, although this list made them famous, it also put them in danger at the same time. The enemies of the various forces could follow the map and kill them according to the list. How convenient it was. They did not have to worry about finding the wrong person. They even wished that the entire list could be expanded by dozens or even hundreds of times. Compared to Yi Shukong's ranking, Yi Qianshan was only ranked 56th on the substitute list. Although it was still very high compared to many people, it was still on the low side in many people's eyes. Bai Xiaoxing's hidden dragon rank also had a lot of comments about Yi Qianqian. It was said that she was the reincarnation of an ancient goddess, and that she was extremely talented. She had already made a name for herself at such a young age, and was also one of the people that the Yi family was training. As for Yi Shiwen, he was not on the list at all. If the list was expanded by 10 or 20 times, he might have a chance to be on the list. But now it seemed that he was not chosen by the all-knowing scholar. This also made many masters in the mortal secret realm a little upset, because they had seen Yi Shiwen's strength, absolutely the best in the mortal secret realm. Although the Golden Jade Pavilion did not agree, but the vast majority of people had already agreed. Some of them might not be satisfied with Yi Shiwen internally. However, Yi Shiwen was their representative to the outside world. Yi Shiwen hadn't shown up. Didn't this prove that the all-knowing scholar was blind? It was also possible that when the list was made, Yi Shiwen had not entered the eyes of the all-knowing scholar. That might not be the case, not to mention that he was only at the 9th level of the law phase realm. Many people felt it was unfair for Yi Shiwen, but he himself didn't care. The name list was indeed an honor, but whether one's strength was formidable or not wasn't something that could be represented by a name list. Yi Shiwen felt that 50% of this list was unreliable. That was because, apart from some of the people at the top who had already stepped into the celestial realm, the rest were all at the peak of the late stage of the half-step celestial realm. Moreover, they were all well-known figures. This kind of ranking was the most unstable. Anyone who had picked up a secret territory or accidentally found a magic tool could greatly increase their strength. There was no certainty at all. Therefore, this kind of list could be used as a reference. As for real battles, fists would do the talking. Originally, Yi Shiwen wasn't interested in going to the Wind King Star. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in meeting with the experts of the younger generation. Instead, it was because he was at a critical juncture of his cultivation. In a year's time, even if he didn't deliberately increase his cultivation had still greatly improved compared to a year ago. He had already stepped into the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. The next step was to step into the half-step celestial realm. This step was very crucial for Yi Shiwen. If it was just simply stepping into the half-step celestial realm, he could definitely do it with his cultivation. But if he wanted to step into the celestial realm at the same time, it would be difficult to do. Therefore, he had to accumulate, and accumulate. This was a critical period. It was related to whether or not he could break through to the celestial realm at the same time. But at this time, he couldn't care so much anymore. If it was Xiaoya, then this might be the only chance for him to contact her again. This was an extremely rare opportunity, and he definitely wouldn't give it up. As for cultivation, he could wait until he returned from the Wind King Star. Although he didn't know whether Xiaoya would go to the Wind King Star, because Bai Xiaoxing had invited her, not everyone would give him face. But at this time there was no other way. You must go to the Wind King Star. Old Yi sat upright and didn't even lift his eyelids. He was like a fossil and an antique. I have an old friend that I haven't seen for many years. Now, she might have returned to the Wind King Star. I want to go and see her. Yi Shiwen nodded. I will be back soon. If that's the case, then go. Old Yi didn't question Yi Shiwen's decision. It wasn't the first time Yi Shiwen left like this. This was a very normal thing. But you also have to be careful. I have been to the Wind King Star before when I was training. On the Wind King Star, there are all kinds of fierce beasts. There are even celestial realm masters. With your cultivation, if you go to the Wind King Star, you have to be careful. Otherwise, you might die, said Old Yi. With your current cultivation, even if you can escape from the hands of celestial realm masters, it's not suitable to take risks. But this is indeed a good place for training. You may also make a breakthrough if you cultivate there. Yi Shiwen nodded. He had long known about the dangers on the Wind King Star. Bai Xiaoxing didn't hide it and made it clear that it was very dangerous there. Those without strength should not come and die. This actually stimulated countless masters to go. There was no other reason. No one wanted to prove that they were afraid, and that's why they didn't go. Moreover, these people were arrogant and unruly. Which one of them would admit that they were inferior to others? Not being weaker than others in their lives was the portrayal of them. After bidding farewell to old Yi, Yi Shiwen began to set off for the Wind King's star. Yi Qianshan also set off with him. Because he was still in closed-door training, he missed the first group of people to set off. Yi Shukong, Yi Lanshan, Hui, Yi Xian, and the others had already formed a team to go to the Wind King's star. They were the strongest few masters among the younger generation of the Yi family. Only they were qualified to go. The others were either older or not strong enough. In a dangerous place like the Wind King's star, waiting for idlers to go would also be courting death. Moreover, in this place where elites gathered, quantity was not as important as quality. At this time, only Yi Qianshan had not left, waiting for Yi Shiwen to go together. Why don't you go with them? Yi Shiwen asked. The speed of the two was extremely fast. They stepped on the escape light and soon left the number 1 secret territory. I don't want to go with them. Yi Qianshan said faintly. Her answer was still very simple. She just didn't want to go with them. Yi Shiwen smiled and didn't ask much. They were already used to this tacit understanding. Aren't you angry that you weren't ranked on the list this time? Yi Qianshan looked at Yi Shiwen and said. There was a smile in the corner of her eyes. It seemed that she wanted to see Yi Shiwen's angry expression. What is there to be angry about? I know my strength. What does it matter whether they are ranked or not? Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile. He seemed to have seen through Yi Qianshan's intention, but he didn't say anything. That's true. With your strength, Yi Shukong shouldn't be a match for you. It's just ordinary for you to be ranked on the official list. Yi Qianshan smiled faintly. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised, but it was extremely beautiful. Just look at this list. Apart from the people at the top, the rankings at the bottom are not counted. How many people have hidden their strength? They are all at the peak of the late stage of the celestial realm. Any kind of fortuitous encounter can cause their strength to skyrocket. Those small gaps will be instantly wiped out, and they are not counted at all. Yi Shiwen smiled as he shook his head and said, Let's not talk about others. Just you alone, even if you don't use the Snow Jade sword, shouldn't be inferior to Yi Shukong. If you use the Snow Jade sword, your ranking will jump up a lot. The smile on Yi Qianshan's mouth became more and more intense. She didn't answer and just said faintly, What do you think? Yi Shiwen didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Although he couldn't get a positive answer, he had already made up his mind. When the time comes, you can give them a huge surprise. You can humiliate those by shoutting and let them know that they have misjudged you and look down on you, said Yi Qianshan. However, she wasn't talking about her own ranking. Instead, she was angry that Yi Shiwen didn't make it onto the list. These rankings don't matter at all. I'm going there to look for an old friend, said Yi Shiwen with a smile. Immediately after, he told Yi Qianshan about Xiaoya. However, he hid the true martial domain's background. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yi Qianshan, but he didn't know if it was the right time to tell her. Perhaps the true martial domain still had secrets that he didn't know about. No matter if it was the true martial stone sword, the star beast that obviously surpassed the transcendent realm, or other strange things, he had to be cautious. Especially when by Shaoxing appeared, he had to be even more cautious. Speaking of which, this Li Ye should be your disciple. As a master, aren't you embarrassed to be surpassed by your disciple? Yi Qianshan's smiling eyes curved into a crescent. Her smile was very cute. Although she was trying her best to hold it in, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Qianshan helplessly. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, no one would believe that the cold Yi Qianshan would have such a side to her. It's embarrassing. That's why I can only cultivate and catch up to the rest." Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. The ancient baron's continent was too huge. There were already so many experts in the hidden dragon ranking, not to mention the soaring dragon ranking, which was filled with heaven realm experts, as well as the true controller of the ancient baron's continent, the top figures on the ranking list. He suddenly felt that his horizons had been broadened a lot. "You're lying. You're just pretending to be weak with your cultivation. Those who look down on you will suffer a huge loss sooner or later." "What do you mean by lying? I'm just keeping a low profile." The two of them had already left the Yi family and headed towards the Wind King planet. Chapter 1365. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian had been flying in the void for more than 10 days. Their speed wasn't slow, and they had used all of their strength. However, they still seemed incomparably small in the vast starry sky. They wouldn't have been able to find the location of the Wind King planet in this vast starry sky if they didn't have the coordinates provided by the all-knowing scholar. The vast starry sky was vast and boundless. Perhaps only the gods could truly know how vast the starry sky was. Along the way, Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian even encountered a few monsters that were in deep slumber. They were extremely huge, as big as stars. Their breaths could cause cosmic storms. Their tyrannical strength was simply unimaginable. In the face of such a tyrannical monster, Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian could only take a detour. This vast starry sky was where the real clues lay. No one knew what kind of tyrannical existence was lurking in the end. The ancient baron's continent had experienced many changes, but this starry sky had existed since ancient times. It was incomparably deep. There were even legends that there were remnants of ancient life left behind from the creation of the world, and that there were gods sleeping there. Although the rumors were just rumors and hadn't been confirmed, it was enough to prove how terrifying the starry sky was. It was rumored that even in the era of the ancient heavenly court, the distant starry sky was an existence that couldn't be conquered. There were many huge monsters that could easily destroy a star. After flying for half a month, the two finally arrived at the Wind King planet. Mountains were stacked on top of each other, and there were dense pine trees everywhere. Fierce beasts roared, one after another. Between the mountains and ravines, fierce auras rushed into the sky. Some of the mountain ranges looked like hills from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a hidden, fierce beast that had been sleeping for God knows how many years. The Wind King planet was like a barren land. It didn't seem to have changed for tens of thousands of years. These fierce beasts are born with long lives. In this life, besides sleeping, there's nothing else. Yi Qianqian said with a frown, "Be careful not to alarm these fierce beasts. Otherwise, a fierce battle is unavoidable." Yi Shiwen said with a frown. Although Elder Yi had warned him before coming, it seemed that they were much more fierce than what Elder Yi had described. Wind King planet was incomparably huge, almost comparable to some small worlds. Only because of this could it produce so many ferocious and powerful monsters, and there were even a few heaven-tier monsters that were in deep slumber within it. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian went all the way to the interior of the Wind King planet. Although the Wind King planet was very big, the all-knowing scholar had also brought along a map. Anyone who was willing to go wouldn't get lost. Boom! 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 A violent explosion sounded in the distance, and a small figure could be seen pacing back and forth in the sky. The reason why it was small was because in front of him was a huge figure that was as large as a mountain. The two figures, one big and one small, actually shattered the space, causing cracks to appear in the space. Under the aftermath of the battle between the two, the mountain rocks shattered and the clouds collapsed. It was a scene of doomsday. However, it was clear that the small figure had the upper hand. There was a huge wound on the huge figure's body, which was caused by the small figure's sword. Very quickly, the huge figure roared and dashed into the distance. Its figure was like a stream of light as it fled. At this time, The small figure also directly chased after it. This was a battle between two heaven-tier experts. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to block Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian outside. Even if the two wanted to get close, it was impossible. That huge pressure directly locked the two of them in place. This was not the first time the two saw a battle between heaven-tier experts. Before, the battle between Yi Qiong and Tung Tongtian was much more intense than this. However, they had just entered the Wind King planet and encountered such an intense battle, which was still beyond their expectations. The trip to the Wind King planet this time was destined to not be a smooth one. That person should also be an expert on this time's hidden dragon list. Yi Qianqian said with a frown. Although they were all young generation experts, there was someone who had already entered the heaven tier and had entered the heaven tier long ago. For a group of young generation experts, being on the list was already a king among them. Then people like F.A. Wushuang and the others were undoubtedly the king of kings, the king of kings. We have already fallen behind. We need to work hard to catch up. Yi Shiwen said. These words were more for Yi Qianqian. He was already used to falling behind anyway. The two continued to go deeper into the Wind King planet. Although they were inside the Wind King planet, and there were no huge beasts like in the starry sky, for the two of them, there was still a certain degree of danger. For those warriors who were half a step into the heaven tier and below, it was even more of a dead end. Suddenly, in the sky, a treasure light instantly cut through the sky, directly cutting through the sky, heading into the distance. Chase! Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian looked at each other, immediately made a decision, and immediately chased after it. This treasure light sped all the way for thousands of miles, directly plunging into a huge swamp forest. The entire forest was extremely dense, and the sunlight fell like spots in the shade of the trees, like broken leaves, sprinkling on the swamp. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian also rushed into the swamp. However, they could only see countless trees as far as the eye could see. However, they couldn't see that treasure light anymore. The entire swamp was slightly bubbling, and there was not even a foothold. However, Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian quickly found the figure of the treasure light again, and discovered that it was actually a blood-colored ginseng, and this blood ginseng was actually shaped like a baby, its whole body exuding a bloody aura, and there was also a small barrier around its body, protecting it. Haha, our luck is so good to actually be able to see such a blood ginseng here. Yi Shiwen recognized the blood ginseng at a glance. Over the past 2 years, he had not only learned how to practice under old Ye's guidance, but he had also learned all kinds of miscellaneous knowledge. Therefore, his vision had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Moreover, looking at this appearance, it's almost humanoid. I'm afraid that this kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure won't grow in less than 10,000 years. This blood ginseng was definitely a great tonic for warriors. This level of blood ginseng, even if only a small root was cut off and swallowed, it could quickly and directly restore the dried-up Jin Yuan. It could be said that if a blood ginseng was by one side, it was equivalent to carrying a mobile Jin Yuan supply bank, and at a critical moment, it could absolutely save one's life. This kind of blood ginseng could grow to nearly 10,000 years of age, which was already a miracle among miracles, because when a natural treasure like ginseng grew to a certain age, it would automatically begin to emit a medicinal fragrance, and thus attract many fierce beasts who coveted ginseng. Therefore, unless a wild ginseng was raised in a medicinal garden, it was impossible for a wild ginseng to grow to 10,000 years of age, and this was already somewhat heaven-defying. Not to mention the blood ginseng, which was a different kind of ginseng, would constantly attract fierce beasts from hundreds of years of age, and it was very difficult for them to survive, even if they developed some spiritual wisdom and had some magical powers of earth and wood. It was still very difficult for them to escape the mouth of those fierce beasts. An ordinary ginseng might be able to transform in about 1,000 years, but a blood ginseng must be more than 10,000 years of age before it could transform into a monster. This kind of grass and wood spirit transformed into a monster race, and their cultivation talent was often far above other demon race. It was as if the heavens were making up for their difficulty in transforming. And this blood ginseng was already close to 10,000 years old. As long as it could survive this last period of time, it would be able to directly transform into a human, and then it would be a monster, no longer a muddle-headed grass and wood spirit. But even so, these grass and wood spirit monsters were often coveted by people, and refining them into medicinal herbs was also a common thing. Yi Qianshan nodded. This kind of blood ginseng was indeed very rare. Yi Qianshan directly grabbed the blood ginseng with her hand, and Yi Shiwen was next to her, guarding her, vigilant of the surroundings. And just when Yi Qianshan was about to grab the blood ginseng in her hand, a huge figure broke through the water surface. However, she heard a loud sound as a figure broke through the water surface. A huge body that was more than 20 meters long pounced towards Yi Qianshan. Yi Shiwen's hand suddenly condensed sword qi, and in an instant, directly chopped towards this huge figure. Dang! A sound like gold and iron colliding sounded, and sparks flew in all directions. Yi Shiwen's sword qi chopped this huge figure, and sparks flew in all directions, simply unable to cut into it. However, Yi Shiwen's strength was not weak, and although he was unable to behead this monster, he directly chopped it with his sword and sent it flying. Boom! This monster directly fell into the water, setting off a huge wave. At this time, Yi Shiwen clearly saw the appearance of this monster. It turned out to be a huge crocodile, ominous beast. It was lurking motionlessly in the swamp and had restrained all of its aura. Even Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianshan were deceived by this monster. That was why they were almost sneak attacked by it. This huge crocodile directly fell into the swamp, and the corrosive mud in the swamp instantly set off a wave, splashing everywhere. At this time, Yi Qianshan also directly grabbed the blood ginseng with her hand without hesitation. This blood ginseng immediately seemed to have a mind of its own, and wanted to escape, but at this time Yi Qianshan's hand turned into a huge law net and fell down. This blood ginseng's body bloomed with a blood-red divine light, and actually wanted to escape from the law net. But how could Yi Qianshan let it escape? She constantly tightened the law net, and when it was about to catch the blood ginseng, the huge crocodile once again launched an attack, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Yi Qianshan. Chapter 1366. This time, the crocodile that had been lurking for a long time didn't hold back at all. It had been drooling over this blood ginseng for a long time. How could it watch someone else beat it to it? Whoosh! At this time, a sword light flashed out from Yi Qianshan's body, instantly freezing the sky. The sword light cut through the sky with unparalleled sharpness, directly piercing through the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile was practically unable to fight back. The sword light directly blasted into its mouth, and then came out from its tail. The snow jade sword was unparalleled, and this sword completely pierced through it. Yi Shiwen directly received this crocodile vicious beast. The scales on its body were very hard. Although Yi Shiwen had only condensed a temporary qi sword, but it had not been able to cut through its scales. It could be seen that this crocodile vicious beast was indeed very tyrannical. If Yi Qianshan didn't have the snow jade sword, it wouldn't be easy to deal with this half-step celestial realm late-stage crocodile. He felt that the scales on his body could be refined into a set of excellent inner armor, and then sold for a high price. He could even use it for himself. This Wind King planet seems to be like the ancient barbaric era where the ecological environment hasn't changed for many years. Yi Shiwen said as he kept the crocodile, "It's said that there are many stars in the sky because of the battle between the ancient great figures in the ancient Barrens continent, and the fragments were scattered out." Originally, Yi Shiwen didn't believe this statement, but now that he thought about it, he was afraid that it was really possible. However, what kind of battle could cause such a huge fragment to fly out? He was afraid that the scale of this battle was so big that it could scare people to death. Yi Qianqian didn't answer. She just kept shrinking the net in her hand. The blood ginseng was getting weaker and weaker. Although it was born with some earth and with magic power, in front of Yi Qianqian, this kind of natural earth and with magic power wasn't enough at all, and it was slowly shrinking. At this time, 5 figures cut through the sky, and in just a few breaths, they had already blocked in front of the 2. When they saw the blood ginseng in Yi Qianqian's hand, their faces couldn't help but reveal a greedy look. "Kid, hand over the blood ginseng, and I'll spare your life. The 2 of you better know what's good for you and hand over the blood ginseng. Otherwise, a disaster will befall you. Do you understand? Is this a treasure that the 2 of you deserve?" The 5 of them had completely closed in. Yi Qianqian completely ignored the words of these 5 people. It was as if she hadn't heard them at all. She just kept shrinking the net of law, trying to subdue the blood ginseng. Yi Shiwen could not stop himself from sneering. Every one of them was a half-step sky, human realm cultivator. Additionally, one of them was at the peak of the half-step sky human realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were indeed very powerful. "We don't deserve it, but do you think you deserve it?" Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. "Of course, do you know who I am? On the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, I'm ranked 98th. The expert at the peak of the late stage of half-step, celestial being realm, naturally stepped forward and said proudly. The prideful look on his face was self-evident. Although he was only ranked 98th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, there were thousands of young warriors in the barren ancient era. Those who could stand out among them and make it onto the ranking list were undoubtedly the best of the best. Even if he was only ranked 98th, it was still enough for him to look down on the others. Yi Shiwen's smile was even more disdainful. He said, "What a joke. Don't all the people who come here look down on the ranking list? Now you can't wait to use this ranking to clear your name." Yi Shiwen immediately recalled the person who was ranked 98th on the leaderboard's substitute list, Li Xinhong. This was another top tyrant of the human clan, a disciple of the Li clan. "You're courting death." This Li Xinhong saw the disdain on the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth. At this time he was even more furious. This was simply looking down on him. "You dare to look down on me? Even if I look down on you, so what? If I were you, I would keep a low profile. There are too many tyrannical people in this world. Do you think that just because Bai Xiao Sheng listed you as the 98th on the substitute list, you can really be ranked in the 198th place? Even so, there are still 197 people in front of you. What do you have to be so arrogant? Don't you know what don't act pretentious means? If you act pretentious, you will be struck by lightning." Yi Shiwen smiled disdainfully. "You're courting death." Li Xinhong suddenly became furious. His hand suddenly grasped the void, and an iron spear appeared in his hand. In an instant, it pierced the vast sky like a flood dragon and went straight towards Yi Shiwen's face. He was going to kill. In the face of Li Xinhong's sudden attack, Yi Qianqian didn't even move. It seemed as if she didn't care at all. The spear light shattered the void. In an instant, the spear light seemed to have taken away all the colors of the world. Yi Shiwen sneered. He remained motionless and stretched out his hand, directly into the endless spear light. Crack! 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 This endless spear light was actually crushed, revealing the original shape of the spear tip. But Yi Shiwen caught it with his bare hands. The entire spear began to make a clanging sound, and the spear light vibrated. Li Xinhong increased the output of Jinyuan. It seemed as if he wanted to stab Yi Shiwen to death with this spear. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly opened. An ray of light burst out. Countless divinities rushed out of his hand, wrapping his palm as if it was cast in gold. Yi Shiwen suddenly exerted force. An entire spear once again made a clanging sound. There was a faint crack on it. How is this possible? Li Xinhong suddenly felt incredulous. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was looking at a monster. Yi Shiwen could actually block his iron spear with his bare hands. This was simply impossible. Even with his pride, at this time he also understood that this kid was only at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. He was far from being as simple as they thought. It's just a pile of scrap metal. Yi Shiwen suddenly exerted force. An entire spear completely cracked. Crack! 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 Bang! Then, like broken glass, the entire spear completely shattered. This kid is not easy to deal with. Let's go! Li Xinhong immediately shouted. At this time, he finally knew that Yi Shiwen and the others were not easy to deal with. But at this time, it was too late to leave. Yi Shiwen grabbed the fragments of the long spear and threw them out in an instant. Swoosh! 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 These fragments instantly cut through the vast sky like meteors breaking through the sky. In an instant, they directly blasted towards those masters and instantly penetrated through their bodies. Poochie! 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 4 sounds of the fragments breaking through the bodies could be heard. These 4 masters did not have time to react at all. The fragments of the spear directly penetrated their bodies and instantly cut off their vitality. They fell from the sky, and their corpses were quickly corroded by this corrosive swamp. Even Li Xinhong was sent flying by the fragments of the spear. The huge force directly made him spit out a mouthful of old blood. He did not know how many towering trees were broken. He was about to cry tears of blood. He had been arrogant all his life, and he had never suffered such a big loss. Being ranked as the 198th by Shaoxing itself proved his tyrannical strength. But unfortunately he encountered Yi Shiwen, a monster who was not on the list, but could defeat most of the masters on the list. The ranking that he was proud of was simply a joke in front of Yi Shiwen. But he was not stupid. Just Yi Shiwen alone was so terrifying, not to mention that there was still a woman who had not made a move yet, but her aura was equally terrifying. Li Xinhong immediately stepped out and turned into a stream of light, rolling up a strong wind, and was about to escape from everyone's sight. However, a white sword light broke through the sky, bringing along countless frost along the way, and instantly cut into Li Xinhong's body. Poochie! Blood splashed, and Li Xinhong's body was cut in half on the spot. There was no blood splashing because even the blood was frozen in an instant. Poochie! With a sound, Li Xinhong, who was an awe-inspiring master on the Hidden Dragon list, died completely. Without anyone knowing, he had completely fallen. But this was just so cruel. Especially on the Wind King planet, countless top masters from various forces all rushed over, like a meat grinder, killing everything. Bai Xiaoxing's ranking could only be used as a reference, and not as proof of strength. However, Li Xinhong had already forgotten about this point. He could only rely on his own strength and not Bai Xiaoxing's ranking. Forgetting his roots, his defeat was only a matter of time. And on the other side, after killing Li Xinhong, Yi Qianshan only continued to subdue the blood ginseng. She did not choose to forcefully destroy it because that would destroy the medicinal effect, and it was really not worth it. Killing Li Xinhong, who had already forgotten his roots and lost his courage, was just a small effort. It was not a big deal for her at all. With Yi Shiwen guarding beside her, Yi Qianshan still spent more than half an hour to put the blood ginseng into her bag. During this process, Yi Shiwen killed a few more fierce beasts that came over after smelling the blood and medicinal fragrance. These fierce beasts were not Yi Shiwen's opponents at all, and all of them were killed by Yi Shiwen. Compared to a year ago, Yi Shiwen had already stepped into the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm, and his strength was completely different. After subduing the blood ginseng, the two continued to rush towards the depths of the Wind King planet. The two were not in a hurry because the real conference had not started yet. People like Li Xinhong and the others were still wandering outside, so there was no need for them to be in a hurry. Chapter 1367. The two of them quickly found a campsite inside the Wind King planet. This campsite was a place for the experts of the Bai Shaoxing organization to stay. There were obviously many campsites like this on the Wind King planet. Although there were only 200 people on the list, in reality, the number of people who had the ambition and ability to compete for this list was 10 times, or even 100 times more. He didn't know how Bai Shaoxing was able to set up such a camp in such a vile and evil place. For those powerful beasts, a campsite like this could be flattened with a single stomp. In this campsite, there were at least a few hundred people resting here. Tyrannical experts went in and out. There was no doubt that those who could dominate here were experts of the half-step celestial realm at the very least. The arrival of the two people, Yi Shiwen, who was at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, was more eye-catching than Yi Qianqian. After all, among these half-step celestial realm experts, a warrior of the Transcendence realm was still very eye-catching. TSK, this planet is hidden in the starry sky. If it wasn't for the Bai Shaoxing's map, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to find this place. Yeah, it's desolate here. It's like entering the wilderness. It's really hard to imagine. Although this place is like the wilderness, there are also many good things that are rarely seen in ancient times. The wilderness meant that there were no people, but at the same time, it also meant that there were many unexplored treasures. In the campsite, many experts were talking at once. However, they were also divided into small camps. They came from different forces, so there was a clear division here. On this remote planet far away from ancient times, they could even be considered opponents. At the same time, this was also a good opportunity to take revenge. The Wind King planet was destined to be a slaughterhouse. Any one of these people was the treasure of the major forces. They were geniuses that were nurtured with all their efforts. However, here they were like grass. Although the Bai Shaoxing said that he wanted to rearrange the rankings on the Hidden Dragon list, there aren't many people on the list. It's only about 1/3. Even so, this is already a rare event. Isn't that so? It's said that the Hidden Dragon list leader is unparalleled. He's even preparing to enter the Soaring Dragon list in one go. He's now challenging all the major forces to establish his reputation. I'm afraid the Hidden Dragon list title is nothing in his eyes. Some people were constantly exchanging the information they had received. It actually involved the Hidden Dragon list leader's unparalleled techniques. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian were hiding in the crowd. They couldn't believe that Fa Wushuang was planning to enter the Soaring Dragon list in one go. One had to know that the Soaring Dragon list was completely different from the Hidden Dragon list. It was a list of the new generation of strong cultivators. Those who were able to make it were all at least 500 years old, which was basically several times the amount of time that Fa Wushuang had spent cultivating. Even if Fa Wushuang could only make it to the bottom of the Hidden Dragon list, it would be shocking enough. Thinking about it this way, compared to his peers, Fa Wushuang was more than just a step ahead. Anyway, there are still a few strong people among the people who came this time. For example, the Ocean Emperor came this time. However, I heard that he didn't come late. He's here to cause trouble for the Bai Shaoxing. He already said that he's the leader of the younger generation. The Bai Shaoxing actually put Fa Wushuang and Yi Wudi above him. He's obviously here to cause trouble for the Bai Shaoxing. It can't be. Although the Bai Shaoxing has only shown some clues, it's obviously not an ordinary force. How can an ordinary person dare to challenge them? This Ocean Emperor is really tyrannical. Besides the Ocean Emperor, there are also 3 people in the top 10. There's also the mysterious Li Ya and the 6th Taoist priest Qing Su. It's said that they've all appeared on the Wind King planet. Qing Su. This name reminded Yi Shiwen of the Taoist priest Qing Su in the True Force domain. But would he appear here? The Taoists were only limited to legends in this world. This was a world where warriors ruled the world. Qing Su's origin was quite mysterious. No one knew what kind of background he had. If this Qing Su was the same Qing Su, then it would be incredible. Yi Shiwen's heart was suddenly in his throat. Among the many heroes who came this time, these 3 people are also the leaders. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky. 2 groups of people stepped into the camp almost one after the other. Yi Shiwen was very familiar with the first group of people. They were none other than Yi Lanshan, Yin Taiping, Wu Pingjiu, Hua Yi, and Yi Xian. However, all of them were in a sorry state at this time. Their complexions were exceptionally ugly. Among them, Yi Xian was seriously injured. Hua Yi helped him down to the ground. Behind them was a group of 6 people. Among them, there were 4 men and 2 women. The leader was dignified and domineering. At this moment, he was looking at Yi Lanshan and the others with a bit of mockery. The Yi clan has long been in decline. With just a few of you little kittens, you can actually represent the Yi clan to compete for the Hidden Dragon list this time. TSK, what a joke! The dignified man in the lead taunted. Wang Xuanyu, don't be too arrogant. If it wasn't for your shameless sneak attack, we wouldn't have failed. Yi Lanshan couldn't help but yell angrily. At this time, the others also felt the same hatred. Although Hua Yi Wu Pingjiu and the others weren't members of the Yi clan, their clans had long been tied together with the Yi clan. They were bound together for glory and disgrace. Moreover, they more or less had the blood of the Yi clan in their bodies. It was just that their surnames were different, but they were essentially clansmen. TSK, do you really think we need to rely on a sneak attack to defeat you? Truly too naive. That Wang Xuanyu sneered. Your Yi clan has already declined for many years, and you simply can't find a decent genius. Our Wang clan, on the other hand, is thriving with each passing day. We even have Wang Zhenyu, who is ranked 20th on the Hidden Dragon list, who has already stepped into the heaven tier. With trash like you, you're not a match for us in a one-on-one fight. At this time, seeing the 2 groups of people confronting each other, everyone wanted to watch a good show. These people all had powerful backgrounds, so they naturally knew about the grudges between the Yi clan and the Wang clan. No one knew when the grudges between the 2 clans started, but it had continued until now. Originally, the 2 clans could be considered evenly matched, but later on, the Wang clan slowly surpassed the Yi clan. They had countless experts and geniuses, slowly suppressing the Yi clan's limelight. As a result, the battle between the 2 clans became even more intense. The so-called balance would only appear when the 2 sides were evenly matched. After surpassing the Yi clan by a large margin, the Wang clan began to consciously suppress the Yi clan's living space in all aspects, from fighting for positions in the royal court to fighting for various paradises and secret realms. The competition between the 2 clans was practically omnipresent. Now, even the Wind King planet was no exception. Moreover, these 2 groups of people were undoubtedly the top experts of the Wang clan's younger generation. Many people wanted to watch a good show. Bastard! Yi Lanshan was instantly enraged, grinding her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Brother Wang, is this the Yi clan that has been fighting with your Wang clan for countless years? Feske, it looks like they're just SOO. At this time, within the ranks of the Wang clan, a fat, big-eared man who seemed somewhat lucky said with a smile. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, but he looked like a monkey wearing a crown. It was quite comical. Zhu Liang, you wild boar demon. What right do you have to talk about our Yi clan? At this time, Yi Xian said hatefully. His sea-blue robe was stained with blood, and there was a bit of resentment in his eyes as he looked at the fat man. Presumably, it was this man who had injured him. You're courting death. The fat man's expression immediately darkened. What he hated the most in his life was when people mentioned his birth. At this time, Yi Xian had pointed out his birth with a single sentence, and he was instantly enraged. At this time, the gazes of many people in the surroundings suddenly changed. This was actually an expert of the demon race. However, no one would have thought that a descendant of the Wang clan, the pillar of the human race, would actually have dealings with a hero of the demon race at this time. This was originally not a big deal, but the conflict between the two races was inevitable. If someone really held on to this point and refused to let it go, it could be a serious crime. This matter could be big or small. However, the people present were not ordinary people, so naturally they would not look at the problem so superficially. His figure moved in an instant, and in just an instant he instantly pounced in front of Yi Xian. His figure was as fast as lightning, and it was completely impossible to overlap with his fat figure. Yi Xian was seriously injured and could not respond, but Hui, who was beside him, was the first to react. He immediately slapped out with his palm, which transformed into a flaming dragon that slapped down towards the fat man's palm. Boom! Flames and the power of the palm flew out, burning more than half of the heaven's retribution. Hui had seen this man's strength, so he did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately summoned the primordial spirit of the flaming dragon and directly exchanged blows with him. Thump! 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 Yi's figure consecutively retreated a few steps, directly crushing the hard stones on the ground. The blood on his face was surging. In the previous exchange, he had clearly suffered some minor injuries. This Zhu Liang was a level more tyrannical than he was. They had only just exchanged blows, but he had already suffered a small loss. You're only SOZO, yet you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Zhu Liang sneered and said, he did not take the head of the Yi clan seriously at all. If you know what's good for you, then be an obedient tortoise. Where do you think this is? This is the Wind King planet. Even if all of you die, so what? Wang, Xuanyu said, disdainfully, looking down on the crowd. Chapter 1368. If you know what's good for you, then just be a coward. Where do you think this is? This is the Wind King planet. Even if you all die, so what? Wang Xuanyu's words made everyone from the Yi clan clench their teeth in anger, but they had no other choice. The Wang clan had been stronger than the Yi clan these past few years. From this, they could more or less tell. That's right, Brother Zhu. Your cultivation has improved again. I'm afraid you're only a step away from the heaven realm. These past few years, the Yi clan has been stagnant, like a frog in a well looking at the sky. Do you still think that the Yi clan was strong in the past? In the royal court, the Yi clan has long fallen, and many departments with real power have been taken by the Wang clan. That's right. What do these people from the Yi clan have? This kind of cultivation is only second grade in our Wang clan, but they can represent the Yi clan to fight for a place in the hidden dragon role. The Yi clan has really fallen these past few years. At this time, everyone from the Wang clan agreed. Arrogant, Yi Lanshan said through gritted teeth, and a hint of fierceness flashed through her beautiful eyes. This girl isn't bad. TSK, TSK, I've had my fair share of girls over the years, but this girl is really not bad. TSK, TSK, I'll take her back and give birth to a few more children for me. Zhu Liang looked at Yi Lanshan with a hint of lust in his eyes. Yi Lanshan was embarrassed and angry, and her face was red. At this time, she only wanted to chop this damn pig head into meat paste. Brother Zhu is handsome and a rare elite among the beasts. This time, when Bai Shaosheng redesigns the hidden dragon role, there will definitely be a place for him. Yi Lanshan, you won't be at a disadvantage if you follow him, Wang Xuanyu said with a strange smile. Wishful thinking. Even if I become a ghost, I won't marry this pig demon, Yi Lanshan shouted. At this time, there is no room for you. I originally had no interest, but since you are so unwilling, I will take your body. TSK, TSK. Zhu Liang's expression darkened. Yi Lanshan kept calling him a pig demon, which completely infuriated him. Just as he said, with his cultivation and talent, there were countless beautiful female demons who wanted to join him, but they didn't have the chance. Although they were beautiful, their cultivation was low, and he lost interest after playing with them a few times. How could they compare to Yi Lanshan? Although Yi Lanshan's cultivation was a level lower than his, she was still a hero among men. Hee, I like people with a tough temper. If you don't have a temper, Grandpa Zhu will really be unhappy. At this time, Zhu Liang said with a lewd smile, Brother Wang, after I snatch this girl, will the Yi clan send people to the demon land to kill me? Ha ha ha, that will be interesting. When the time comes, Brother Zhu can just swallow them. The flesh and blood of those elites are also great supplements. Maybe Brother Zhu can even step into the heaven realm in one go. Wang Xuanyu said with a loud laugh, but the content in his tone made people's hands and feet feel cold, especially Wu Pingjiu and the others. Their faces turned green. This Wang Xuanyu's words actually didn't put them in his eyes at all. This was clearly treating them as pigs and dogs, as if he had complete control over their life and death. They were all respected elites in the Yi clan, top 10 experts in the human secret realm, and top experts who had the chance to enter the heaven realm in the future. Therefore, they came together this time because they were secretly dissatisfied with by Xiaoxing's ranking. It wasn't dissatisfaction that Yi Shukong and Yi Qianshan could be on the list, but dissatisfaction that they couldn't be on the list. Although they were not as good as Yi Shukong and Yi Qianshan, they were definitely first-class figures in the world. The younger generation also had the ability to move freely, so why couldn't they be on the list? The others who came to the Wind King planet mostly thought the same, but they didn't expect that when they were hunting a fierce beast, they were suddenly attacked by the Wang clan. Not only did their prey fly away, Yi Xian was also seriously injured. Now, this pig demon actually wanted to take Yi Lanshan away in front of them. If this wasn't a slap in the face, what was? It was really intolerable. Since you look down on the experts of the Yi clan so much, then come up and fight. At this time, Wu Pengju took a step forward and said, looking straight at the people of the Wang clan, just now, the pig demon had already made his move, and his strength was indeed above everyone else. Therefore, at this time, he only targeted the remaining people. The people of the Wang clan also knew what he was thinking. At this time, they just laughed, and then a figure jumped out. Then let me test your strength. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious clothes, and had an extraordinary bearing. Wang Feng actually made a move himself. Then this person probably won't have it easy. TSK, does he really think that the Wang clan is like the Yi clan? That's right. Any one of us is far stronger than them. Wu Pengju looked at this Wang Feng and didn't underestimate him at all. He took the lead and made a grabbing motion in the void, grabbing a huge sword. Spiritual yuan emitted from all over his body, and 7-colored light shone, like a tall and strong god, with a kind of aura that could swallow the heaven and earth. It was not without reason that he was able to occupy the 6th place in the human secret realm for a long time. His body seemed to have merged with the entire world like a god. The huge sword in his hand was extremely sharp, and it emitted endless sword qi. It tore the void, and in an instant it rushed to kill Wang Feng. This Wang Feng just sneered and said, "Swordsmanship is just a small path." At this time, an endless amount of spiritual yuan suddenly erupted from his body, and suddenly, like a flickering light, he rushed towards Wu Pengju with smooth movements. He waved his hand gently, and the surrounding spirit qi began to surround Wu Pengju. It was like mud, sinking deeper and deeper, and there was no way to break it. Wu Pengju was caught off guard and was surrounded by countless spiritual energies. Although he kept slashing with the giant sword in his hand, there was no way to directly break through the many barriers in front of him. It was almost as if his whole body was being entangled. "Break for me." At this time, Wu Pengju shouted, and the sword qi of the huge sword in his hand shot up to the sky. In an instant, the endless spirit qi was annihilated, and naturally, there was no longer any messy binding. However, this Wang Feng did not panic. The endless spirit qi in his hand once again condensed in his hand, condensing into unknown flowers. These flowers floated with the wind, and directly floated in front of Wu Pengju. Bang! One of the spirit chi flowers exploded on the spot, and the huge recoil directly caused Wu Pengju to continuously retreat. Wu Pengju was caught off guard, and he almost fell to the ground. Boom! 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 The flowers formed by the spirit chi instantly bloomed, and then all exploded. For a moment, the entire world seemed to be silent, and only the aftermath of the explosion of the flowers could be seen, shattering the world. It formed a huge energy storm. Bang! A figure was directly blasted out of the energy storm. It was none other than Wu Pengju. At this time, the clothes on his body were also blown to pieces, and his entire body was unrecognizable. Although he did not suffer too much damage, countless pores on his body were bleeding, and the waves of recoil had shaken him. Ha ha ha! The light of a firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? What a joke! Wang Feng laughed loudly. Behind him, the people of the Wang family could not help but laugh loudly, and the people of the Yi family, on the other hand, were livid. As expected, the Yi family has no one left. With this level of strength, you can already be ranked at the top? I have heard of the ranking of your Yi family's human secret realm, and I think you should be able to rank in the top 10. With this level of strength, I think the Yi family will sooner or later be removed from the list of powerful families, Wang Feng said while laughing. At this time, Zhu Liang looked at Yi Lanshan, and his saliva almost dripped down. At first, it was only out of anger, but now, the more he looked at her, the more attractive she became. Although those ordinary monsters had outstanding looks, how could they compare to the attractiveness of a female warrior? At this time, Wang Xuanyu said, "How about this? I see that you have some qualifications. You might as well leave the Yi family and join the Wang family. I guarantee that the resources and conditions are better than the Yi family's, and you will serve the Wang family obediently. What do you think? In your dreams?" Yi Xian adjusted his breathing and said, "We are members of the Yi family when we live, and ghosts of the Yi family when we die. You want us to betray you? Dream on." These people were the elites among the elites that the Yi clan had carefully selected. Every single one of them had consumed a large amount of resources. Before grooming them, the Yi clan had naturally made their selections. Those who were rebellious could not be groomed by the Yi clan. Even if there were some cunning ones who sneaked in, it was just a small number. Most of them were still loyal to the Yi family. I see that you have some aptitude. You have the qualifications to be my subordinates. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you," Wang Xuanyu said with a cold snort. In his eyes, these people seemed to be like cattle and horses. "How dare you? Who dares to make the people of the Yi family work like cattle and horses for you?" At this moment, a silhouette emerged from the crowd. This person was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, sharp and unrivaled. Yi Shukong. Seeing this person appear, Yi Lanshan and the others immediately showed some joy on their faces. Originally, they planned to fight to the death with the Wang family. Even if they died, they would not let them have it easy. Moreover, although there was a gap in strength between them, it was not that big. There was always a chance of winning. At least they had some confidence that they could escape unscathed. But now that Yi Shukong had appeared, it was completely different.